Yes.
Yeah, just do it after the presentation.
After presentations.
Dave, we doing Bob's and mine?
Sure you can. You do it, it's a budget amendment.
So we do it at
Anytime.
Okay, just want to make sure.
As long as it's before the 20th.
Huh?
As long as it's before December.
We're doing tonight and kids.
Yeah, you can do it then.
Bobby.
Good.
Good to go, Dave.
Good to go. Okay, everybody, I'll call the meeting to order at 5:35 PM. Roll call, please, Sheila.
Jim Basile is excused. Andy Dennison,
Present.
Lydia Patty Rafidi, Chris Petras is excused. Aileen McNabb Coleman. Bob Shea,
Present.
Hans Petcher,
Here.
Mark Strong,
Here.
Heidi Nightingale. Present. Elaine Daly,
Here.
Tricia Kerr,
Here.
Christina Calarco,
Here.
Michael Didio,
Here.
Brian Muldrow.
Here.
David Gould.
Here. Can you stand for a pledge, please? In a moment of silence afterwards for Marion Camardo and Steve Cutterback, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. I think most of you know this, but is John Camardo here? Mrs. Camardo, it's John's mom that passed away. And I think a lot of you in the room know Steve Cutterback. He was a legislator, I believe, for 12 years, and one of the toughest guys you ever want to meet, plus a chair. A great farmer, a friend of ours, and tougher than nails in the Marines. And 3 weeks, he got sick. 3 weeks later, we lost him. Please keep him in there in your thoughts. Okay, we do have a public hearing. Anybody that wishes to call 315-294-8051. If you wish to speak on the public hearing, local law in the year 2023, a local law amending local law number 6 for 2021, authorizing 12 and 13-year-old licensed hunters to hunt deer with a firearm or crossbow during hunting season with the supervision of an adult licensed hunter pursuant to the Environmental Conservation Law 11-0935. Okay, well, just, we don't usually have a call-in, but they got an hour to do that, and then I'll close the public hearing. Proclamations, all of them have been given out, so we'll save some time there, but Operation Greenlight, I think, is Kevin on? Kev, are you on?
Yep, he's on.
Yeah, I'm here.
If you want to just take a second and explain to everybody what Operation Greenlight is?
So the intent behind, sorry, I have a head cold, so I'm in a little rough here. Intent behind Operation Greenlight is to show support for veterans in the community. It's ultimately intent is to show support where veterans see a green light, they know that someone is supporting them, especially in time of crisis. And so you'll see some blue lights for police, red for fire departments and other things like that. So the green light represents the veterans. And our office handed out about 300 lights this year, and we're going to buy more for next year. We're going to continue this.
Thanks. Kev. We have a proclamation for Kev. I actually gave it to him on Veterans Day at Veterans Park, but I got it here, Kev. I'll get it to you so you can put it up in your office. We appreciate it. We hope you feel better. Next one is for Robert Geralman, Veteran Service Award designee. And Kevin presented that to Bob a couple weeks ago. We have 3 judges that are retiring, and that was presented by Shireen at the dinner last Friday, I believe. So congratulations to those 3 in retirement. It's going to be a long night, so bear with us. We got several presentations tonight. We'll start off with the New York State Canal Corporation. Yes, Joel. Want to introduce yourself, Joel? Yeah, please.
So good evening. I'm Joelle Murney-Karsten. I am the Manager for Government and Community Relations for the New York State Canal Corporation, specifically for the Central New York region. And my colleague Ken Kemp is with me as well today, and he will be introducing himself. But we are here to talk tonight about the Upstate Flood Mitigation Task Force. If we could have the next slide, please.
I do have a clicker.
Oh, okay. So just a little recap of where we are in the process. In 2017, there was legislation that was asked for this public task force to be formed. And there was no chair at that time assigned. Therefore, later, Brian Stratton, the head of Canal Corporation, was asked to chair this upstate flood mitigation task force. And having a chair and someone in charge really helped move things forward. As you can see from the list on the right, the task force members, we had numerous expertise, commissioners from state agencies, a lot of people involved from, as you can see, that had their input and their technical assistance with this report. This was something that the governor asked for, and we delivered it 1 year later. What I'm going to talk about now this evening is the findings of that report, the next steps forward, and kind of the focus where that is, and then we can accept some questions. So I'm going to ask Ken Kemp to kind of walk us through the next piece.
Joel. The task force focused both on the Mohawk River Basin and the Oswego River Basin. We're going to focus entirely tonight on the Oswego River Basin because that is what is important to you guys. Giving you an idea of what the watersheds are, the Mohawk River, 3,400 square miles. The Oswego River Basin has over 5,100 square miles. Just to give you some scale, the Oswego River Basin is roughly the size of Connecticut. When you add the two basins together, it's generally the size of New Jersey. So it's a huge, huge area that we're talking about. The Mohawk River Basin is fairly steep. The river flows rather quickly. In the Oswego River Basin, we have a very flat area, as you all know, from the outlet of Cayuga Lake at Lock CS1 down to Baldwinsville is a very flat section of the river and the canal. Some of the key takeaways for the Oswego, 3 of the largest lakes that are wholly contained in New York State are in this basin. Cayuga, Seneca, and Oneida are all part of this basin and flow into the Oswego River. And 6 of the 10 largest lakes in the state are here. Just to give you an idea, on the left, we've got a cross-section of the Oswego River Basin. You can see the flat areas in it and the number of lakes that drain into it. 7 of the Finger Lakes drain into it. As I said, Oneida Lake as well, Onondaga Lake. On the right-hand side, you can see, it's a little tough to see, I apologize, but you can see the yellow dot at the end of Cayuga Lake, which is a New York State Canal controlled location. All of the other Finger Lakes are controlled by other entities. The outlet waters are controlled by those other entities, as is, and all of the Finger Lakes, as you know, are ruled by a rule curve. In the winter, they draw the lakes down a little bit to allow for winter storage, flood storage. In the spring, they're raised back up to a level for recreation. So that is, and when a flood comes along, that's part of the problem that we noticed in the task force is the rule curves don't deal with what happens downstream. They say keep the water level between the rule curves. There's an upper limit usually and a lower limit. And when a flood comes along and you start to get close to that upper limit, they open the gates and discharge the water so that the lakes don't flood, which makes a lot of sense. But they don't take into account what happens downstream on Seneca River, on Cross Lake, on the Oswego River. That's really not contemplated. Even Oneida Lake has its own rule curve, and it really doesn't. It has some, we can control, Canal Corporation does control that outlet, so we can hold back some more water for flood control. But most of the lakes do not do that. Just for example, Cayuga Lake drains into Cayuga, Seneca Lake, which drains into Cayuga Lake. We control the outlet at Cayuga Lake, but Seneca Lake and Cayuga Lake are limited by the rule curves, and they have to dump water when they get close to that higher rule curve. So that's just something that was highlighted in the task force report. What did we do? We went through everything. There was not time in the 1 year to come up with new studies. We went back and looked at all of the old studies. We had held public meetings, got public input for public interest and comments on what we should be looking at and where the biggest problems were. So we came up with a summary of the adapted measures. Some apply to both basins. Some of them apply just to the individual basins. But here we start with the basin-wide numeric watershed models. A lot of people here would be really surprised to know that there is no model right now that covers the entire basin, the Oswego or the Mohawk. There is no way to say if we open a gate at Cayuga Lake or at Canandaigua Lake, what that's going to do downstream. There's no way to do that. So the first recommendation of the task force is to get those models in place. Second recommendation is the basin-wide release coordination, voluntary or regulated. We left that open for what people would like to do. How do we get Owasco Lake, Cayuga Lake, Cayuga Lake, Canandaigua, all of them operating so that we know what the flooding is going to be downstream, so that there's a coordinated release, because very rarely do we get a storm that covers the entire basin. So some lakes will go higher and so that we can coordinate the discharges so that we aren't flooding downstream all at one time and all of the lakes are releasing. Number 3, outreach and communication. We kind of took this one on ourselves. Canal Corporation, I think one of the quotes we had was, is a black hole. We don't provide too much information. That's what we're trying to change. We're trying to get more information out there, working with other state agencies and letting folks like you know what we're doing and what the plans are, and allow you to be part of that discussion. Number 4, common elevation data. This doesn't happen a lot, but the Canal Corporation holds on to what we call the water canal datum. So the elevation at one location, say Cayuga Lake Outlet, is one elevation in BCD, and it's another elevation in what everybody else uses. And when it's reported, it can be confusing because there's 2 different elevations being given. So just giving everybody a very common way of communicating. Number 5 is probably where we start the Oswego Basin specific items, modifying the Baldwinsville Dam. As I said, from Cayuga Lake Outlet to Baldwinsville Dam, from Mays Point to Baldwinsville Dam, there's about a 2-foot elevation difference over 30 miles. We deal with a lot of stormwater piping and things like that. That's not even close to, I think we checked it one time, it's 0.0013% slope. So it's very, very flat. Baldwinsville Dam is the only outlet. The only way to get more water out of that system is to raise the level at Baldwinsville Dam so it spills over the dam. So the recommendation is to look at modifying the Baldwinsville Dam, cutting down the top and putting gates on top that can be removed, things like that. How can it be done so that we can get water out of that reach quicker? Number 6, restoring floodplains in the Montezuma area. Anybody that's been around the canal system between the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Montezuma Wildlife Refuge, and DEC's Montezuma Wildlife Management Area, there's an area that's farmed. That was cut off, that's former floodplain that was cut off from the canal system when the canal was built. Restoring that could be a very good natural enhancement to flood control, to groundwater recharge and things like that, that hasn't happened since the canal went through. Number 7, purchasing flood-prone properties. There's a lot of nuisance flooding. It happens a lot. People get flooded a lot. If they want to get out of their property without, and they can't sell it to someone else, and they don't want to get someone else into that same problem they have, looking at doing buyouts so that we could buy those out and restore the property to what it was before the homes were built. There was no discussion of making this mandatory. It was only considered to be entirely voluntary. The policy to reduce development in the floodplain, you guys deal with that a lot here, I'm sure. We don't want, if we want to buy out homes that are flooding and seeing nuisance flooding, we prefer that nobody builds new ones. So those 2 kind of go hand in hand as far as we were concerned. The FEMA firm maps, the flood mapping system. The system here in Cayuga County, most of your maps are pretty old. The land uses and things like that have changed a lot. Updating those maps to make sure that people, before they buy a home, know what they're getting into before they buy the home. Erosion and sedimentation. That's one of my big things that I do at canals is dredging of the canal system. That reduces our ability to pass flood flows. We just need to reduce erosion upstream as much as possible. Discussion goes. And number 11 is the Resilient New York studies. They've done DEC's done a number of studies, and they've been very helpful on a local level. on the Mohawk River. Nothing has been done in the Oswego Basin yet. We've asked that they do at least 5 studies in the Oswego Basin as soon as possible to get some of those tributaries, the main stem of the Seneca and a number of the bigger tributaries, and look at what can be done locally along those tributaries to reduce flooding, erosion and sedimentation. So those are the biggest recommendations that we had for the basins. We wanted to thank you for your time. We can start taking questions.
Yeah, the Seneca River, the Cato area, you'll be getting the angry phone calls now, Tom. People expecting you to lower the level. That is a huge problem, even on dry years. Doesn't a lot of it have to do, and I'm talking a year where, you know, we're not talking 4-inch rainfall, we're talking a 1/2 inch rainfall. And it's, you know, horrible. Doesn't a lot of that have to do with the hydroelectric in Baldwinsville also? Being able to only take so much water and whatnot?
Well, the hydroelectric plants can only take so much water, you're correct. And the one on the south side has not operated in at least 5 years. So that is part of the problem. That's why we're looking at modifying Baldwinsville Dam so that we can take the control of the river back. So we don't have to rely on them.
Because that area in the Cato area of Seneca River is just, it's become a joke in plain English on a dry year.
Joelle is the one that gets those phone calls for Canal Corporation now, so I think.
That's because I usually try to forward them on to somebody that might be able to actually do something because they think I should be able to change the level of the water.
Right, and we get those same calls, and Baldwinsville Dam, we have the 1 Tanner gate that we can open, and usually during any kind of storm, we open that fully. Other than that, the water's got to raise up to go over the dam, and there's not much else we can do. That's why that's our first priority right now. Just to let you guys know where we're going with some of this stuff. I'm currently working on 2 applications for a FEMA grants, the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities grants. One to look at the Baldwinsville Dam, to do the study, to get all of that modeling done, and to find out what the best method going forward is, and to do the design. We're submitting that to FEMA December 15th. It goes to dishes, and then we'll go into FEMA for that. And we're doing another one in the Mohawk River Basin as well.
Because with the slope that's there, I think you would agree that's one of the worst areas for, and I agree. I mean, it's not a great area to build a house in the first place. So for those that
We do have the houses, and we've got to take care of the land.
Yeah, some of them have been there for decades, and they obviously see that it's just, it's getting worse and worse. And they want an explanation as to why, when it gets worse and worse, and we're not talking about, you know, historical rainfalls.
Understood, and that's why the Resilient New York studies would look at Crusoe Creek and the Seneca River itself and things like that, trying to figure out exactly why those things, why it's occurring and what can be done so that flooding in tandem with what we're looking to do with all this.
Any other questions for?
If you redo the Baldwinsville, can the water get away from there fast?
That's one of the things that we're looking at, and we're also looking at downstream of that so that we don't push the issue downstream. The next is at Phoenix. We're looking whether that's part of the study is whether that can handle the water. But there is a backup there. It's not exactly, it's fairly flat there, but it's not as flat as upstream. Sure. So yes, we are looking into that because anything we do would also create higher backwater, which would impact the hydroelectric plants as well.
Any other questions for Joelle or Ted? Trish?
Hi, Joelle. Thank you for your presentation. I was aware a while back of a signature project on the canal in the Montezuma area that was looking at some of this wetland restoration, looking at potential camp areas, and kayak park was part of it. There were renderings that were done. I'm just curious if that's still on the table or being looked at in conjunction with this flood control initiative.
Yeah, the permitting is finally being completed, I believe, for the work at the wildlife management area to restore the wetlands there. That project is near and dear to my heart. I was working on that when I started there. So yes, that is moving forward. Cayuga Whitewater Park downstream, the outlet is still under discussion. I'm not sure.
It's still in the very infant stages. We have to figure out if there's some interested parties. It would be a private-public partnership. sort of like what's at Sampson. And so we're looking for some vendors who would be interested in partnering for that project. So we're still in that RFP process.
Okay, great.
And just to give you an update, there are two pieces of legislation, one introduced by Senator Mannion, and that first one is to do that modeling of the watershed. So that has been introduced, and you can certainly call and follow up on that. And Assembly Member Sturpey is also involved in that. And then also there's been another piece of legislation that's about creating an agency to oversee all of the water, oversight type of agency. So those two things are
Okay,
out there. Nothing has gone to the floor yet.
great. Anything from anybody else? Joelle, I want to thank you for coming. Joelle and I talked when she first got her new job several times and emailed, and I thought it'd be great for a great presentation to know what's going on around here with the water.
Absolutely.
We
We're happy
live
to follow up.
by the water. So thank you both very, very much.
You're very welcome. Anything we can do for you, please let us know, because we're here in central New York and want to do
Thank you.
whatever we can for our water,
Thank you
our water
again.
communities.
Thanks
Our
so
pleasure.
much.
Thank you.
Before we go to the next presentation, we have somebody I'd like to introduce. I think 90% of you know him. Jay, could you stand up a minute, please? Jay has been our Director of Probation for several years now. I remember being on the committee, I think, that hired Jay. So we want to congratulate you. Jay is done in 2 days. He is moving on to better things. He's going to be a judge in the town of Sodus in Wayne County. So we want to congratulate you and thank you for your dedication and hard work, Jay. Thank you.
Get us all one get out of jail free card.
You gotta drive to Sodus. I was a trooper. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. Thanks, Jay. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, our next presentation, Trish, would you like to introduce?
Sure. Ed Stair and Doug Young. I think Doug's gonna be in the audience primarily. He's owner of Spruce Haven Farm. It's a research dairy farm in Cayuga County, Springport area. And then Ed Stair from Stair Family Farm is also working with Doug. Ed's gonna give us an update on the CLA project initiative. This is something they presented several months ago, looking at CLA, which is a fatty acid that naturally occurs in milk, and our local dairies have figured out through feeding protocols how to elevate the amount in the milk tied to potential human health benefits. And Ed's going to talk about the human studies that they want to do and potential county support for those.
Thank you.
Sure.
You've already given part of the presentation. So, this is things up. As Trish said, my name is Ed Stair. I'm the third generation on Stair Family Farm. And I'm going to talk today about the health benefits as well as some opportunities for Cayuga County. We're going to start off with explaining what CLA is and then comparing the CLA levels in dairy milk, as well as their animal studies on CLA health benefits. And do an for example, show the recovery beverage nutritional comparison with CLA enhanced milk. But there's future research needed and some implications, and that's why we're here tonight, as well as opportunities for Cayuga County that has a vibrant dairy industry and an expanding milk processing plant. So what is conjugated linoleic acid? It's derived from fatty acids. It reduces body fat deposits and improves immune function. It's linoleic acid isomers with a conjugated double bond. They're either positional or geometric isomers. And this is found in ruminant milk and meat. But of interest is that the levels can be enhanced by managing nutrition in the ruminant diets. And this is an example of cis9 and trans 11 CLA. You can see the structure from here. Now to go on to comparing the levels in milligrams per gram of whole milk versus CLA enhanced milk at Spruce Haven. you can see, the homogenized whole milk is around 5, and Spruce Haven is approximately 16. So it's over 3 times the amount of CLA through managing the ruminant diets. And there's a link on the bottom that can be clicked. There are numerous health benefits from CLA that have been validated in animal studies. The cis9 and trans11 have anti-cancer properties. And the trans10 and cis12 CLA are anti-heart disease, anti-diabetes, regulates fat deposits to reduce obesity. So consuming dairy products is really good for you. I'm biased, but here's an example of coffee and their nutritional properties. This is developed by Spruce Haven with enhanced CLA. As you can see, it provides linoleic acid, protein, and it's a minimal environmental impact. This is how recovery beverages compare to coffee. It's mostly a lot of added sugar. So in looking for a recovery beverage, the coffee provides many more advantages. There's been recent research findings on CLA's precursor, and thank you for incorporating these slides. We found out about this research over the weekend in a published journal article. But there is the precursor to CLA is transvasinic acid, otherwise known as TVA, and it's a long chain acid in dairy products and ruminant meat, just as the way CLA is. But humans and animals convert TVA into bioactive CLA. There's some encouraging research from the University of Chicago scientists, which basically the summary of their journal article is TVA, a fatty acid found in beef, lamb, and dairy products, improves the ability of immune cells to fight tumors, and this is significant. It's been published in Nature Journal, which is a weekly international journal, and all articles in this journal are peer-reviewed. Moving into opportunities for Cayuga County and relative to research is that research protocols need to be established to validate the human health benefits of natural CLA. I mentioned, shown you the proof of animal studies and the various positive properties they have, but this is necessary to support health claims in developing these protocols. And this ensures that the research in the future is going to produce consistent results. And we look at this similar to when one has a major building project to hire an architect. Basically, we're looking for here is to document the research protocols so that research that occurs in a New York facility produces consistent results with research done throughout the country. And the leading authority on CLA has offered to be a principal investigator. Dr. Thomas Brenna has published numerous articles and has thousands of citations for his work. And there's also potential for the Office of Aging to participate, as well as regional research participation to validate the human health benefits. There's also in-kind Food and Drug Association contribution to the study protocols. They're providing a research scientist for guidance on the research studies to meet the criteria necessary to support human health claims, which is critical. And additional in-kind support comes from Spruce Haven Farm to provide the product cow feed to researchers to evaluate the human health benefits. There is a return on investment for Cayuga County in the short and intermediate terms. There will be between 70 and 90 manufacturing jobs at Cayuga Ingredients. And the private investment constructing this co-packing facility for extended shelf life products is $180 million. So there's significant investment in this from private sources. But the main reason why we're here tonight is that private investment into research protocols may be viewed as biased. And this, we're looking to create the foundation, but with public support to establish the protocols so they're not viewed cynically and viewed as unbiased instead. But in the longer term, there's a potential for reducing expenditures on public health. I talked to the budget director, the chair's office was very good in helping me locate that information. And in the coming year, Medicaid is budgeted at $14.6 million just in Cayuga County. There's also regional research university participation as well. The study for writing the protocols has been calculated to be $200,000. And Dr. Brenna, who I had mentioned before, will serve as the principal investigator to publish a peer-reviewed journal article and collaborate with FDA scientists and document these research protocols for future research to ensure that they're consistent, the research is consistent. There's some options in funding to phase the funding as protocol documentation reaches the milestones that have been identified, as well as refund the initial investment with longer term grant funds. Doug, what have I missed here?
Very good. Happy to answer any questions.
Yes, does anyone have any questions for us?
Anything for Ed or Doug?
Yes,
Cayuga Greens gonna have 70 or 80 people. You know what their workload is now? Like, is that 70, 80 additional?
additional,
And
not
the 180 million is additional.
additional, yeah, that's all
So
new.
everything that you spoke about is additional.
Right,
If you had better clarify, that's already going on. That's not directly related to this science. The science would add value to that investment.
that will provide a product for that investment to co-pack and further add further jobs.
Great. Anything else for Ed or Doug? We appreciate it. Doug, thank you for coming, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
New legislature, January 1st, we'll listen to you again.
Glad to come back and
All right, thank
answer
you.
further questions.
Thank you very much. Doug, thanks. Okay, I'm going to say the local law again. In the year 2023, a local law amending local law number 6 for 2021, authorizing 12 and 13-year-old licensed hunters to hunt deer with a firearm or crossbow during the hunting season with the supervision of an adult licensed hunter pursuant to the Environmental Conservation Law, Section 11-0905. And you have about a half hour to call in if you want to talk. Okay, privilege of the floor. Any legislators want privilege of the floor?
Mr. Chairman, I
What do you-
would like to recognize Jenny Gallagher from Audit, New York for her 3 minutes privilege of the floor, please.
I'm sorry, what was the name again?
Jenny Gallagher,
And from,
Audit. New York.
thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Gallagher, and I live in the town of Fabius. I'm a volunteer with New York State Citizens Audit, not an official spokesperson. NYCA, New York Citizens Audit, is a group of over 2,000 volunteers from across the state. We are lawyers, parents, farmers, professionals, and more. We are nonpartisan and dedicated to free, fair, and provable, accurate elections. NYCA is also a part of United Sovereign Americas, consisting of 24 states. More information may be found at auditnewyork.com and United4, that's the number 4, freedom.com. I would like to share with you the findings from our audit of the voter roll database directly FOIL requested from the state of New York. This is the state's data, not ours. These findings by Dr. David Paquette, PhD, have been triple-blind, peer-reviewed, and published in the Journal of Information Warfare. I became personally involved with New York Citizens Audit when I looked at the findings. As the Fabius tax collector for over 20 years, I could not make any changes to the tax roll. Tax roll, sorry. I could only record requested changes, run a report, and the county was responsible to make those changes. Only the county may make changes to tax rolls and voter rolls. Yet, when I saw over 1 million changes made to the voter rolls at the state level, I knew there was something very wrong. Laws were being broken. We believe the county cannot see these changes. Only the state can. Why? We don't know. We need an audit. Elections must be accurate and provable. The numbers must balance. Our state numbers do not balance. If your bank account had a discrepancy of over $35,000, wouldn't you call the bank? I am here to ask you for an end-to-end audit of the 2022 general election to see where these discrepancies are coming from. I brought with me today the 2020 summary report and the 2022 general election, a reign of error report.
30 seconds.
Plus a resolution for the board to sign for an audit. 60 towns have signed this resolution across the state so far, and more are coming in every week. After reviewing these reports, I hope you will all agree that an audit is warranted, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you for sticking to the 3 minutes. We appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recognize Terry Denman from the audit, New York State Audit.
And Terry has 3 minutes. too.
Yes, absolutely.
Hello, my name is Terry Denman. I am a volunteer with New York Citizens Audit, and I'm not an official spokesperson. However, I am a lifelong resident of Cayuga County. I want to thank each and every one of you for representing not only me, but the citizens of Niles and Cato as their town boards have signed this resolution for an end-to-end audit. We all know how important our elections are and the impact they have on our lives. The information discovered by New York Citizens Audit regarding our elections was stunning. To make an election valid and the number of votes counted must equal the number of voters who voted. In the 2020 election, there were 338,356 more votes cast than voters who voted. In 2022 election, data shows there were 35,312 more votes than voters who voted. The maximum allowable error rate in a valid election is 1 per 125,000 ballots in error, according to the Help America Vote Act. In 2020, the allowable errors were 70. The apparent errors were 960,476. In 2022, the allowable errors were 48. The apparent errors were 745,236. As you can see on the summary sheets, the errors were astonishing. 2,427,827 New York State voter ID numbers attached to 1,170,790 registrants. 987,490 voters registered on January 1st between 1900 and 2021. 1.9 million registrations in the state voter rolls missing from the county voter rolls. 625,359 more registrations than voting age citizens in just 6 counties. I am asking you in support of your constituents in the town of Niles and Cato to please consider pushing this resolution through. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Rich Bednar, also from New York Audit.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Rich Bednar. I'm from New York Citizen Audit, and I joined NICA about a year ago. Preceding that, I spent 35 years working at IBM in IT. And people ask, where does NICA get all these statistics? Well, the answer is that we foiled the Board of Elections. We got several copies of the voter rolls. I personally have 5 sets of voter rolls on my computer. Each set of voter rolls has 21 million rows in it and about 46 columns. And then we add about a dozen or more columns to that database to ease our analysis. So we're not modifying the columns sent by the Board of Elections. We're only adding additional columns. And so you're seeing a lot of these statistics. We've been collecting them for over 2 years. And recently what we did was we decided we wanted to categorize the anomalies we're seeing in the database. And so we identified those which we believe were violations of election law versus those that were just suspicious. And what we came up with, the conclusion is that 14% of the registrations in 2022, New York State registrations, violated New York State election law, and 12% of the votes that were cast violated election law. As Terry said, the election law allows for an error rate of 1 in 125,000. If you divide that out, that's 0.0008%, a very tiny number, and we're getting 12 and 14%. Types of major violations that we were finding, the heavy hitters are counterfeits. They counterfeit each person that's registered to vote is supposed to get 1 ID assigned to them. And we're finding people in the voter rolls with multiple IDs assigned to them, which would enable them to possibly cast multiple votes. Where does Cayuga stand in that? There are 7,254 counterfeit registrations in Cayuga County. Another big hitter is purged without a purge date. Why is that important? Well, because if a record is purged and a vote was cast, you would have to know when that purge occurred. Did it occur before the election or after, to know whether it's valid or not? And another major category is federal holiday. Some concluding remarks are in the programming world, there's a euphemism, garbage in, garbage out, and I can tell you that the state of the New York State database is atrocious. Cayuga is one of the cleaner counties. I'm here to commend you on that, but do not put a false sense of security on that, because all these other illegitimate votes that we believe are being cast are diluting your vote.
Thank you. Thank you. Could you please recognize Holly Greske from the New York State Audit?
I'm going to close this out, okay? My name is Holly Greske, and I moved to Southern Tier about 3 years ago. And I have 4 counterfeits in the system. Okay, so that's how I got involved in all this. In Westchester, I have three SBOE IDs, and in Broome, I have 1. Both of my kids also have multiples, as does my ex-husband for some reason. So that's reality. And I think it's important to take a look at all this and ask how it relates to reality. I started my day today in Binghamton, where they're doing a hand recount because a number of the races were tied or off by 1 or 2 votes, and the machines just weren't right. So they're doing a hand recount. That's what's happening over there. There's a lot of cases where we're not really sure who, actually won their office because it's not clear. All of a sudden votes show up. That's why we're looking for some help here. I wanted to also share that basically we have support from 60 towns and villages and cities in 19 counties across the state. And we are working very hard to get to each one of our towns. In fact, we were invited to come and speak to the Cayuga Town Supervisors get together with 23 of your supervisors, and we have that coming up in a few weeks, and we're very excited about that. So we have excellent support here, and we're looking for support from you guys because you're the voice of the people. And we're very, very hopeful that we will be invited to come and speak to the Government Operations Committee, which I believe meets next week, so we can go into some further detail. But This is a very serious issue. We are very sure that the manipulation is happening not at a county level, but at a state level. We know that our county boards of elections are working very hard, and we commend them. In fact, I work for them. I work on election day, as do many of our people. So we know what's going on. This is happening either at a state or an out-of-state level, and we really need help. That's why we need someone to look at this, someone who's a insured, bonded firm, such as an E&Y or an Anderson Consulting, to see what's going on. So thank you very much for your attention, for your time, for your recognition, and please invite us to the Government Ops Subcommittee meeting so we can push this forward. Thank you all very much for your service, and good night.
Thank you, and thank you, fellow legislators, for your respectful attention. I have some handouts I'll be putting in your mailboxes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elaine?
I would have given you a heads up, Dave, but I've been asked by Jason. I already have privilege of the floor tonight. I assume you're not talking about elections.
What's that?
I assume you're not talking about elections.
Not at all.
Okay.
Can't see over there.
That's fine. You can take it home if you like.
Oh, thanks.
Merry Christmas.
How is everyone? That work? Does that work?
It was working.
We can hear you.
How is everyone?
Fine.
I just came here to kind of give you an update as to what's been happening. First, I'd like to thank Elaine Daly, Ryan Muldrow, Trish Kerr, a couple others, Andrew Dennison, Hans, we've never met. But I know there's been some people that have been shooting for me in a good way. So I'll start with, and I'm gonna do my best to keep it at 3 minutes, okay? I'll do my best.
You got to, because if you don't,
I'll do my best.
I'll call you. Got to keep it as everybody else did.
I'll do my best.
Do it. Yes.
In February, a CPS report was written against me. It was CPS report number 36. 35 were unfounded. The CPS reports were written because my daughter kept running away. I couldn't stop her. At 15 or 16, she kept running away. She kept running away, using drugs. She ended up getting sexually assaulted twice. I reached out to the system for help over and over and over. Okay? We clear? Number 36, they tried to indicate me for supervision. I met with the powers that be and said, I'll take it. I'll appeal it. I'll lose everything and I'll see you in court in 1.5 years. I said, but are you gonna be able to tell me and the judge that you offered services? Because by law, when you indicate somebody, you have to offer services, and you did not, and I left. I'd been told the paperwork has already been sent. I'd been told nothing could be done. I had been told that the only thing that I could do is appeal it. The following Tuesday, I got a phone call stating that they decided to relook at the case and they weren't gonna indicate me. Those are the things that I have been dealing with in the system. For my daughter sleeping on the emergency room floor for 7 days until I put her in treatment, not the hospital. I have been an advocate in this county. I have had a whole hand in a lot of stuff here. No, I am not perfect. Yes, I yell sometimes. Yes, I swear sometimes. But I believe in the people. I believe in all of us working together. Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. We're all people. At the end of the day, one statement has been put against me and I've been ousted. We went from 25 kids a night to 1. So I say to all of you, I need your help. Every single one of you that are in this room, I need your help. I've had enough. Can we just work together? Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Thank you for keeping it under 3. We
Yes.
appreciate it.
Oh,
That's your- Merry Christmas.
thank you.
Okay, minutes to approve. Can I have a motion? September 20th, October 24th, November 2nd, November 9th. Second,
Second, Lydia.
any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passed. Communications and announcements. I have nothing here. Anybody have anything? Okay, committee report or CCC report. Dr. Duran, are you on?
I am. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ray.
Joining me tonight is Miriam Brown from our trustees. I know you have a busy agenda, so just a few updates from us. You know, obviously we're in the last couple of weeks of our fall semester, you know, looking to support our students as they're completing their, you know, some of them their first semester in college, and certainly some that will be graduating and continuing on. We're also focused right now on, you know, finishing up the next phase of the construction related to the workforce development project on Grand Avenue. Those of you who perhaps have noticed some significant changes to the outside and to certainly, you know, the building itself, and we're looking forward to over the next several months finishing that project and being able to open its doors and show you the new building and all the new services that'll be able to go in it for the community and certainly for the college. In addition to that, you know, one of the resolutions in front of you tonight is to support the capital funding for the police academy. This is a project that's been in the works for some time, certainly working with law enforcement agencies regionally. It's one that we're excited about, and it's already been out to bid for construction purposes, and we were able to secure the additional funds necessary through the generosity of our college's foundation to be able to secure the remaining funds to be able to move forward with this project. So with your support tonight, that'll allow us to request and advocate for a match this year and be able to move ahead right now, actually, with that project with a hopeful completion of spring 2024, which is exciting and a big piece of our programmatic planning and things that we're doing. Related to, you know, certainly related to our efforts, you know, with you, the county, the leadership, and all of our other partnerships throughout the region, we've had continue to be engaged in the Micron activities at all different levels of the college organization, our faculty and staff and other leaders. And, you know, through one of our partnership grants, we were able to host representatives from Micron on both our Fulton and Auburn campus recently for exposure and meeting for possible internships and what it may look like for readiness for internships and employment. And we had, I think, a really significant engagement by a number of current students to kind of just learn a little bit more about what Micron may mean for job prospects and, you know, what a company like Micron will be and is looking for. So I really appreciated the chance to kind of bring something that many of our students may be reading and hearing about to actually have, you know, some of them to be able to engage with them directly, which certainly we're proud of. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Dr. Duran? Hearing none? Thank you, Doctor. We appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Committee reports and individual legislators. Mark?
Just a shout out to the Moravia Blue Devil High School football. Finished 13-1 as Section 4 champs.
Great.
And finished second place state overall 8-man football team, losing to Pembroke in the championship game. Just a job well done, the school team.
Congratulations. For it.
I will, sir.
I went to Union Springs and we always beat Moravia.
Is that tennis?
Andy?
I have a statement / question for our legal team, probably. I've noticed since my father passed away 2 years ago in 21, that my mother gets inundated with crap mail, in plain English. And a lot of it says Cayuga County on it. My question is, anything that comes from Cayuga County, should it have the seal, the Cayuga County seal on an envelope? Because most of it's bull.
It could. I mean, there's no law that specifies it needs to or doesn't need to.
But when we send something out from this county, is that a normal practice to send it out with something in an envelope with a seal on it or not?
I can tell you the county attorney's office envelopes does have it. I don't know about any other envelopes.
Because all of this mail isn't from Cayuga County, but it says it. And I personally think they're preying on the elderly. Especially someone who's, you know, now by themselves. So I go through her mail every day, but I just didn't know, so that's my question. And maybe, I don't know, is anybody else experiencing the same thing? Maybe it's something that, you know, Cayuga County could put out something on their website or have the citizen do that, hey, you know.
It's not a bad idea.
I was hoping that everything that Cayuga County actually sends out has our seal on it.
Everything that comes on from the 6th floor does have, we have
Because that way we.
thousands of envelopes.
Yeah, that way we could put something out saying, if you get something from Cayuga County, it doesn't have the Cayuga County seal on it. Don't fall for it, because it's not really from Cayuga County.
Is there there wouldn't be any, I mean, unless they were asking for money, a fraud type thing, it's not illegal, right?
Well, no, I figure that it's not illegal. I just, you know, just to give a heads up to the public that.
No, I know. Has anybody else experienced that at all?
Depends on if you have an elderly parent who's recently.
That could be very true.
been over the
I know that I've gotten mail from Cayuga County and it did not have the seal. And it was legitimate.
What is in the correspondence, Amy?
It's stuff about surveys that has nothing to do with Cayuga County. It's stuff asking for, you know, donations, and it'll give like 5 different, you know, 18, 25, 35 for some cause. And I'm like, Mom, that's not a cause for Cayuga County. Okay, it's, you know.
It's a shame that people do that, but
I know.
we lost during COVID billions of dollars from people that are bad people.
So that's why I was questioning whether we send, or maybe that's something Cayuga County should think of doing in the future, only sending things out with the seal on it. You know, I would find it hard to believe that scammers could, well, they probably could steal our seal, but I mean, we even put it on our papers here for the agenda, so why can't we put it on every envelope?
Let me ask, where's Shereen? Shereen, is that something we could talk about with the department heads tomorrow at the department head meeting?
Sure.
Make sure all the departments that are sending out have our seal on it?
Yes,
Okay, thanks.
no problem.
We'll work on it, Andy.
I just wanted to bring that up because I've seen it a lot in the last year and a half, 2 years.
All right. Thank you for bringing it up. Trish?
It seems like in the past, like the sheriff's office or BPD has done some things around senior scams with phone calls. But I don't know if there's anything like particularly if there's something where somebody's asking for money. I mean, even your personal data, it's concerning that maybe we could take a look at it to see if it's legitimate or not. And then Office for the Aging does newsletter regularly out to the seniors. They could put a notice in there or, but yeah, it sounds predatory.
Well, that's why I tell her, don't fill out any surveys, don't give any information to anybody, because that's not a good thing to do.
Good point. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Trish. Anybody got anything else? Any other legislation? If not, the chairman's report. It's going to be very brief because we got more presentations and it's going to be a long night for some people. I just want to thank all our guests for being here. I know some have left already, but thank you for being here, everybody. I know there's some presentations later that some of you are waiting for, so thank you for the patience. As always, I want to thank our great county employees that works for the county. They do a great job. I've said this every meeting since I sat here, and I'll say it next meeting, and that'll be my last time saying it. So, but thank you to all the county employees. They excellent work. They work very hard. I see it every day in here. They're dedicated, and we appreciate them. The county office building project. We had another meeting today with Bergman. I'm setting up a special meeting on December 12th. Amanda or Sheila will be sending that out. I'll be sending an email to all the legislators, just advising them what's going on that day, but it's the final Ways and Means and then the budget. And then we will have a special ledge meeting. We'll update you on the county office building, what information we've got, and there's some decisions to be made. Budget, Lynn's not hidden here, I don't think, but Lynn, I'm sure she's listening from her office. Thank you, Lynn, again for the budget. It's been a tough budget year, as they all are, so, but she's done a great job. All the department heads, thank you for your patience and understanding. And the 4 contracts, I think you all know, settled 4 contracts this year, all our contracts in the county. I think they were very fair for the county and very fair for the employer. So I thank all the people involved. Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing now. It is 6:35, exactly an hour. The public hearing is closed. Okay, well, we'll go on to resolutions now, Hans.
Chairman, Ways and Means has 15 resolutions. Number 1, I think we could hold until we settle with the budget, so right off at 2 to 15 as a bundle. They've all been through the committee.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Second, Jay.
Any discussion on any of those? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passed.
You got 16, huh?
Got 16, Hans.
Shouldn't that be held till we get more resolutions on the budget and all that, or?
16, Hans.
CMO.
WM 16.
Yeah, that's a different one. That's not a budget related. That's CSEA related.
Well, WM 16 then.
Yep. Okay, anybody motion to accept? Second? Any discussion on WM 16? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passed. Thank you, Hans. Elaine?
Sorry, I skipped that.
That's all right. Wait a minute, Elaine. Mark, go ahead.
I would like to amend the 2024 proposed budget to add $100,000 from ARPA, add $100,000 in state aid grant to purchase a new patrol boat for the sheriff's office for $200,000. There would be no impact on the 2024 budget based on receiving the state aid grant and ARPA money to cover the cost of the boat.
Okay, motion, second? Mike? Discussion? Hearing none? Oh, Sandy, go ahead.
So the grant is, you got the grant.
Right now, they're offering the 50% reimbursement up to $200,000, so that would be $100,000. Yep, currently.
Elaine?
To clarify, Mark, you're asking for the $100,000 to be put in the sheriff's budget to come out of ARPA, and then 200,000 in revenue, is that? No, okay.
No. I'm asking for the $100,000 from ARPA.
To go into the.
No, I think what he wants to do is increase the expenditure account. A3111252-100 by $200,000. It's navigation equipment account.
Because the boat's gonna cost 200,000.
So we could purchase the boat, then we would increase the revenue account A31110-43315, increase that by $100,000, that's state aid. And then we would actually budget some ARPA revenue of $100,000, increase account A10130-44200. So expenditures up by 200,000, revenue up by 200,000, impact is 0.
Using ARPA.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for explaining that, Lynn. Thanks. Any other discussion? Everybody understand? If not, now's the time to ask Lynn. Okay, we got a first and a second, and no more discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Opposed.
Elaine's opposed. Thank you, passed. Elaine.
Oh, yes, me.
Health and Human Services.
Yes, Health.
Raise your hand.
Health and Human Services, they had 12 resolutions this month.
Oh,
Is that what you're?
Chairman.
Oh,
Bob had his hand up.
I'm sorry.
Chairman?
yeah, go ahead, Bobby. I didn't see your hand.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to amend the proposed 2024 budget to add $332,498 for the budget from ARPA funds, so there would be no impact on the 2024 budget based on receiving ARPA monies to cover the estimated Capusa budget proposal.
And you have talked to Lynn about this?
I've not talked to Lynn.
Oh, okay. Motion. Second, discussion. Mike was second.
Thank you.
Discussion. Aileen.
I see this here on our desks, so who have you talked to about this?
It was sent out, everybody got a copy of it.
Yeah, it was sent out.
I guess I anticipated some sort of presentation.
on this change?
I would say we have some folks here that can answer any question.
Committee members here that can answer any questions.
Yeah, it was sent out by me, got it yesterday, I sent that out to all of you in the email. Trish?
I agree. We just got this yesterday with no presentation or background or updates on Capusa activity whatsoever. I would love a presentation from Capusa in the direction that you're seeing. Maybe it's in this document, but I'm not a technical expert, so hearing directly from maybe the board chair or whoever is capable of speaking to the plan would be the only way I feel comfortable voting for it. I definitely appreciate seeing something coming from CUSA because I think we need to be investing in CUSA, but the communication hasn't been there. So if there were an opportunity to have this go through, to have an update that we can digest as legislators and also the public, right? Because we're a public government agency. That would be how I'd be comfortable voting for funding that CUSA. The way this is presented to us is offensive, and to me personally, I've asked for information from CUSA that I have not gotten any responses on. So that's how I feel about it. So I'll be a no if we push it forward tonight.
Mark, and then Brian.
If I just may, last week at Ways and Means, the same basic resolution was proposed and was rescinded or pulled, with the request that some sort of budget be proposed to the ledge. That has been done. The budget proposal that you all asked for was given to the chairman, and the chairman disseminated it. Everybody's got a copy on their on the desk. I'm no expert at thing, but I think that, what was asked for was given.
Trish again? Oh, I'm sorry, Brian's next.
I think Trish.
All right, Trish, go ahead.
The only thing I want to say is that the discussion of Ways and Means was a $500,000 request with absolutely no detail behind it. We asked for a presentation at that time. This budget request is $334,000, which is substantially different from the initial request. So that raises questions for me unto itself. I don't know if your board has looked at this request, has been part of it, where these numbers came from, or any of the details around any of these items that are being described as needing funding. So I have a lot of questions. I know there's people here tonight that could probably answer questions, but I haven't had any chance to digest this between yesterday when we got it and today, between our meetings yesterday and full-time job today. So the fact that we've been given a day to look at this without any background on it is doesn't speak well in terms of how CUSA operates. And as a quasi-government entity, a public utility that has huge potential for this county to drive economic development. And so, yeah, we did get some information last week, but it was simply a flat $500,000 request. This is what we're looking at now. There's no detail to it.
Brian's first.
First of all, is this everything? Just these 2 pages? The $50,000 for part-time executive director, is that position being shared, or are you hiring a full-time director?
It's be a part-time executive.
Part-time director. So the person's gonna be part-time, but they're not being shared position with any other. It's kind of empty in a little bit though, a little bit.
There's not enough,
Like, I'm just saying, you got 50,000, right, to manage this money or this department. It's part-time.
enough demands to to warrant right now a full-time employee. But once some of these things get passed and get going, we have some projects in the works. And once the revenue starts coming in, we will look again at hiring a full-time executive.
Do you have the detail in that? Something you can provide to us tonight that would describe that layout for betting on the growth and the come. We don't really have that today, right? So what if we gave this 234,000 and whatever part-time person that was directed couldn't fulfill their, like, we don't have a plan for sustainability. Is there anything you could show us or talk to us about?
Before anybody does anything, I'm calling a caucus, 5-minute caucus, okay? So let's go caucus.
You're not in the caucus?
I'm not invited this time, next time.
Yeah.
It's all you, baby. All you.
I don't get
Words of wisdom are shut up.
So, that's what it looked like to me.
I don't know.
Yes, it is. We're going to a caucus?
I don't know if you want to.
Yeah.
I'm bigger than most
of them, so I think I'll be able
I understand.
Why don't we just?
I don't know.
I can't.
Our company can put everything.
Through here.
That's the whole friggin' thing. Move it.
Second,
Second.
discussion.
I have, we had some discussion about this earlier in the month. I think the timing is not right. I would like to be able to include this position in our salary survey and therefore increase at the appropriate time. So I'm just voting no against this resolution. Nothing personal to the employee.
We're unmuted now.
Okay, who was Trish? Was it you?
Yeah, I am also going to vote no, and I just want to say definitely not against a salary increase. I just want to see it done comprehensively within the context of the salary study and not kind of one-off increases for our department heads. And I will say, I know that Director of Employment and Training is doing a lot more work with Micron coming in with workforce development and recruitment. So as CAPUSA looks at Initiative G, developing recruitment strategies for clean tech, I hope our own county employment and training is involved in that because they're not mentioned.
Any others?
I don't think that we're asking to double this person's salary. I think we're asking to bring it in line. I think that everyone in this room has complained about salaries this year. We can't get accountants to work for us. What if we lose our, what are we gonna do? Does it make sense to say no to $1,500 when we give away so much other money for maybe lesser needs, maybe less important needs in some of our opinions? I'm gonna ask you to reconsider. I'm gonna ask everybody to vote yes, please.
Annie, go ahead.
Did this go through you, Diane? to
Yes,
start?
we did.
It did.
Yep.
And that's the second part of that question would be, when would this next salary study be or whatever?
Well, it's scheduled to be done in 2024.
But when 24,
Well, we would have to go out and get a consultant to help with that, and so
no time in the near future.
it will take a few weeks, something that will get done quickly.
I'm just gonna say something quick here. Let me give you a little background. I don't think a lot of you know what's going on here with this. Her contract, her budget ran out January 1st or July 1st. Her year is different than ours. So since July, she's been working under the salary. January 1st, or as soon as Diane gets the new figures together for the non-bargaining, she will not, if she gets this raise, she will not get the percentage in January that the others will. So she's been working for 4 months now without a raise. Her counterpart in Cortland is making more than this, and she does the same job. It's all through a grant. It comes out of, nothing comes out of the taxpayer money. So that's the background. Elaine?
I am going to support this. I spent a significant amount of time talking to Kelly about this and really getting some background. This all started in June. And I think there was a review of the job spec. It was re-looked at by the Civil Service Commission. Our current HR director was not here when she was actually promoted from within. She started at $1,000 over the minimum with her years of experience in the department. I think to me, it's irrelevant whether a grant pays for it or not. It's the job is what it's worth. I think the timing could be a little bit, things that come out of nowhere, it is difficult, but I think there were a lot of information going behind the scenes on this to bring this forward. I don't think it's about Micron. I think it's about, in general, the job itself. And yes, she will not get the 3.5% increase next year or in January. So when all is said and done, it's a $1,600 increase. I do recognize, it is a timing issue because we could be doing this for every employee. But, since this was started, we didn't really have a lot of information about it, and it's been going on for months. I am going to support this.
Thank you. Anybody else? I'm certainly going to support it. Everybody still has got to remember that calendar year for Kelly is different than ours. Okay, did we had a motion a second because we had a discussion? All in favor of WRPL 1? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Two, you got two? Thank you. That's passed. Okay, PL three. Bobby?
Two.
Yeah, you get two.
Two, I'm sorry.
Motion to approve PL two, authorizing the Director of Employment Training to fill a Workforce Development Program Specialist.
Second? Any second? Hans? Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed, thank you. PL three, Bob?
Three is authorizing the allocation of an additional $2,083 in count matching funds to previously authorized $10,417 in Cuyahoga County matching funds for a revised total of $12,500 in matching funds for 2019 New York State Consolidated Fund Application Grant Award to the Lake Ontario Regional Dredging Council. It's support of the Lake Ontario Regional Dredging Management Plan.
Move it, Lydia.
Second?
Second.
Second? Discussion. This is a 2/3, so please raise your hand. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Public Works, Andy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Public Works had 11, but number 10 was pulled. So I would offer 1 through 9 and 11. Well, let's hold on, 1 through 9.
Lydia. Can we separate one, or I'm sorry, 4?
1 through 3, 5 through 9.
Move it, Lydia.
Second?
Second, Clarko.
Any discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed. Thank you.
W4 then is authorized use of ARPA funds for Long Hill Road reconstruction.
For discussion.
Second. Discussion.
So I am against using ARPA funds for any sort of road repair. These funds were not designated for that purpose when you think about what the funds were given to us for a global reason. I believe this is an operational cost. To me, it does not hit our priorities for what the intended use of the ARPA money is for. I would like to amend the resolution to have the costs come out of the road reserves. Highway reserve. I think currently is 3.5 million on it, instead of use of ARPA funds.
Second.
Further discussion.
Is this a county road? Does anyone know if this is a county road?
It is.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. So can I do a follow-up question, please?
Sure.
Why is it being taken out this way instead of whatever the normal process is? Does anybody know the answer?
My opinion. You know, again,
To be fair, we didn't really hear what you said. Andy just said, could you repeat the
is
question?
it a county road like, is it?
No, the second part of the question.
The second part of the question is why it's being brought to us in this manner rather than going through the normal channel.
As ARPA, you mean?
Yes.
Because they changed what things could be, what you could use ARPA money for. So, I mean,
Should be the highway.
taxpayer money, however you look at it. I mean, I realize there's still people that think ARPA fell from the sky. Nobody's paying that back, but we all are. So if they've changed what you can use it for, and now doing repairs like this, so I guess if you want to take it away from that, what is your plan for that ARPA money then? Because you must have one. If you want to take this away to do something else.
I guess, you know, from my point of view, and I did support this coming out of ARPA when it came through the committee. But since then, there is another source that could be used to pay for this road. If what Brian says is true, it's in dire need of repair. There is a reserve. Riley just dropped on us a proposal that needs a lot more vetting, $1.9 million for ambulance subsidy. I don't know where that's coming from. We have plans tonight, if they pass over, well, the elevator, then we have $2.1 million for regional water. This, we have no idea where the broadband technical assistance is going to be paid for as we move forward with trying to move that forward and be ready for those grants to come forward. Not to mention, we have the building. We do have 5-point-something million in a capital reserve, but I don't know if we're gonna use some of that, a lot of it, whatever, to actually move this building project forward. My thought is if there is another way to pay for this road and we can preserve some ARPA funds left. I don't know that there is a huge rush to spend it all by the end of this month, but we do have a lot coming through. I know there's a resolution for cars for EMO. I mean, there's probably more requests than there is money. And at this point, I think we ought to be a little bit more prudent and see if we can save this $1 million and then use the reserve. That's my point on it.
Are you moving to table?
Further discussion?
The motion, the amendment to the motion was to,
Take it out.
Sorry, what?
the amendment to the motion was to take from the highway reserves?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. And just so everybody knows, we got about 3.2 million, Lynn, in the highway reserves.
3.5.
3.5 million in the highway reserves. So I will certainly be on that side of that because that's what the reserve is for. That's what the highway reserve is for. You can use that million on a lot of other things. When you got 3.5 sitting there, that's what it's for. Who else, Andy?
And let's just remember though, I mean, our highways are part of public safety, in my opinion. So when we start taking the money out of there, I hope people realize you need to put money back into those reserves for when you drain them.
I agree.
Chances are that will be coming out of the general fund, taxpayers' pocket.
I just don't understand the pressure to take it from the ARPA funds rather than when we have a reserve of 3.2 billion. And I don't think anybody has explained why or can even justify that. So it's like we're skirt tailing over it. We have $1 million that roughly about $1 million in ARPA right now. We have about 1 point something. We got
3.9.
3.9. We have $3.9 million that can be used for places where we need funding rather than have it just doesn't make any sense to me. Unless somebody can articulate that, that's what we need to be talking about. Why do we choose to go to ARPA compared to when we got a highway fund with over $3 million in it?
Well, I asked where that money was gonna come from, or where you were gonna substitute that ARPA money to.
We shouldn't even, that should have been the first resource, I think, when you have that funds available rather than just, because globally, the ARPA money was intended for other
My
uses.
point is, what are you gonna use that ARPA money for?
There's plenty of things. I mean, Elaine just went through a whole laundry list of things.
Well, let's hear them. My point.
Okay, Christina?
Okay, I just want to clarify, and it goes back to what Elaine had just said, is that initially when the changes were made to ARPA, this was a project that we felt like needed to get done and it seemed like a good spot. But as there's been new things coming forward that we are going to need to support, like broadband, making sure we have a technician, with the water project that's been discussed, we don't have enough ARPA funds to do all of those things. So if we have a place to pay for the road, that we have a reserve, we should use that reserve to pay for that road and leave that ARPA to be used where we have more flexibility in the use of those funds for these newer projects that have come forward to us. So I'd support the amendment.
Further discussion? Trish?
Yeah, I guess I just want to reiterate that I think we have a lot of other requests that have come forward for the ARPA money where there really isn't another source. So reserving ARPA for some of these projects, if we have another source, I did vote for the road ARPA funding for this road in Public Works. I think it's important that we keep sure our rural roads are accessible and safe. But because we have that highway reserve, let's utilize it. I was just saying the other night, I remember when I was running, I think the county had virtually no reserves, and it was the legislative body. I see Paul shaking his head. The legislative body voted to put money into the highway and building reserves, and those monies get drawn down, and it's going to be something that needs to continue to be looked at, because of our aging infrastructure. So I think we have that money there. Let's use it for this project.
Further discussion? Hearing none, okay, we're gonna vote on the amendment, which is to take the money out of the highway reserve and instead of ARPA. So all in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Opposed? Andy? Okay, the amendment's passed. Now we need to vote on the resolution as amended. Motion,
I'll move it.
second,
Second.
discussion. Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Andy, thank you. Okay, passed. Okay, public safety, Mark.
Hang on,
Oh, I'm sorry.
we ain't done yet.
Okay, we got another one. Hold on.
All right, so we did that one. So PW 10 was pulled, PW 11 was the local law for the 12 and 13-year-olds. You can vote on it now.
I'll move it.
Second, Lydia.
Discussion on PW 11. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passed. Thank you, Andy.
Yep.
Now, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judicial and Public Safety has 13 resolutions tonight. JP 1 was pulled at committee. JP 2 through JP 13 passed through both committees. I would offer them as a bundle at this time.
Motion? Second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have 3 ledge amendment resolutions. Ledge 1, authorizing appointments to various boards and agencies. Need a motion?
I'll move it.
Second. Need a second.
I'll second.
Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
No.
Lydia? Got Lydia?
Yep.
Okay, as long as that was passed, I invited Jeff here today and some people from the college to support Jeff. Where is Jeff? Jeff, would you like to get up and say a few words? You are now for the Cayuga County Community College Board of
Thank you, Chairman
Trustees.
Gould. I thought I was dead last.
Well, you're pretty dead.
Well, I'm not gonna keep us any longer, but I just wanted to thank all our legislators, and I'm watching this. Thank you for what you do. Because you guys are making tough decisions, a lot of discussion, and so thank you. But I want to thank you for your consideration as well, for me joining the CCC board. I just wanted to give you a little rationale of why I was interested in joining this board. As we get older and we're getting towards the end of our own career, I want to continue to make a mark in education throughout our county, whether it's in Cato or Weedsport, Port Byron, Union Springs, Moravia, Southern Cayuga, or Auburn. I want to be a part of educating not only our youth, but post-secondary. I do a lot of work with Dr. Durant, and I want to continue to do that because I think we've made such a huge impact. Personally, my daughter got her associate's degree at CCC, and my son Gino went there for 1 semester before he went to Cortland. And my son Luca, who actually graduated at Auburn High School, graduated with 42 college credits from CCC, and he's graduating this May, a year early, because of what our college provides our youth in this county, and as well as in Oswego County, the Fulton campus. So really have a lot of motivation to continue that work even after I retire. So I just wanted to thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Chairman Gould.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I know we have a couple board members here. Stephanie Hutchinson, thank you for supporting Jeff. And I know Marion Brown, I believe, is on Zoom. Marion, you want to say a few words, or Steph?
I am here. We are very pleased. Thank you to the legislature for approving Jeff's nomination or his appointment. We really are thrilled. I think he's going to bring a great depth of knowledge and experience and community connection to the work of our board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I kind of changed the way things are done with the board this year. I wanted the input of the college board. They know the good fit for themselves. I talked to the board members. There was 6 people that wanted the job, wanted the place, and only 3 returned their applications. Those 3 were interviewed for at least an hour, and the board picked Jeff as the top interview. So they had an input, as they should. They know who should be on the board. They understand through the whole process that it's up to the ledge to finally pick the person. But I thank you for working with me. I appreciate it. And once again, Jeff, congratulations. Okay, Ledge 2. A resolution regarding the 2023 Cayuga County Shared Service Plan. Second, is there a second?
Second, Mark.
Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Thank you. I want to thank Lynn so much for this. I sat in on some of those discussions and some of them were long. And Sarah worked with her on it and it wasn't easy, but there was thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars saved by Lynn's work through this and through the communities and the towns and villages. So Lynn, thank you so very much. And if Sarah's listening, thank you. Okay, Ledge 3 is appointment for the probation director in Cayuga County Probation Department. Motion?
Second.
All for any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Pass, thank you. And again, I want to thank Shereen and Diane and myself. The 3 of us interviewed for this job.
Thanking himself.
And we truly believe we picked the right person. You'll know soon who it is. I can tell you right now, it's in the resolution, but he's a gentleman from Seneca County. He's been probation over there for a lot of years. I think you'll all enjoy him. He's got a great personality. And I believe he's starting, Diane, when, that couple weeks? December 11th. So I'm sure you'll all meet him very quickly, but choice and we have congratulated. So, okay, now we have 3 presentations.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Andy.
while we're doing the ledge
Yep.
resolutions.
Yep.
These 2.
Yep.
You all have these on your desk. Second source of water. One is for the, authorizing the chair to enter a contract with MRB for engineering for the pumping station, water treatment facility at Long Point State Park. The other one is for same MRB engineering for the interconnect and Springport. Unless any of you want to separate these, I'd offer them together as a bundle, since it's the same MRB company that we're.
Motion? Second, Hans, discussion. Hearing none, I want to thank, I'm sorry, Trish, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a couple questions on it, and I'm first of all excited that we're getting to this point with this project. It's been a long time coming. But with the engineering with MRB, I wanted to see if there was a process followed for steering them, or I know there's a contract. You guys have been working with them on different projects. Does the contract scope extend to this, or is this something you're gonna, what does that look like, I guess?
This will be a new contract for the pumping station and treatment plant. We've already done work on that. We did a preliminary one, but this is the complete one on that. Does that answer?
Well, I guess, are you gonna do an RFP process for that?
We would not do it on this because he is also the engineer that's done all the preliminary work on it. He did the work for the secret approval for that and for the pipe.
So would he be considered like a sole source vendor in terms of?
We could in other projects propose to select a different engineer, but because of the work he's done on this project, we did not look at other engineers.
Oh. Yeah, different question. Just pointed out. So is the contract with the county or is it with the Water and Sewer Authority?
Now I'm over my head. I believe the attorney felt that we should do a contract with the engineer rather than the Water and Sewer Authority. Is that not right?
That's correct.
That came from the engineer, not from from the attorney, not.
He's kind of an engineer.
As long as I am.
Tricia, anything further?
I guess that just raises more questions in terms of our own procurement policy and our requirements. Do we have any requirements?
It's a professional service.
Yeah.
So you don't have those out to bid RFP requirements. It's a professional service, and much in the way we've chosen attorneys to represent us, engineers would be fall in that same category. If they've already done the preliminary work and the authority is confident in their abilities and their past experience, they certainly could recommend that, and we can adopt it without any trouble. Because it's a professional service.
There's no threshold for professional services that triggers any kind of procurement process.
In general, public works would be when there's purchase of materials and labor, public works project. Those have threshold triggers, but not for just strictly engineering.
Andy, are you done, Tricia? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just
Okay.
for our attorney on the legality of a
Okay.
$1.50 contract.
I'd also,
You weren't done. I didn't want to interrupt you. Andy, go ahead.
I'd also like, because it was brought to my attention that if we're going to pass these on the bottom resolve of both of them, we should cross out the word anticipated.
Yep.
It's an anticipated source of funds, because we're obviously passing it to make the source of funds, the funds come from ARPA.
Is everybody okay with Aileen? Go ahead.
No, I'm okay with that. Finish this up. You done talking?
Yeah.
Sorry. So I guess I'm still unclear about why we're authorizing the chair of the legislature to enter into a contract. When this was brought up to me and we talked about the amounts coming from ARPA, I mean, I just didn't think that this was the structure that this would take on, and why is this way?
Say that again? I'm
Why
sorry.
is this that the county legislature is entering into a contract with MRB?
So,
Why isn't just the Water and Sewer Authority entering into a contract?
well, because there was some discussion about using ARPA money, and I'm not clear as to what the rules are for giving away ARPA money to a separate entity aside from where it was granted, right? So the county was allocated a certain amount of ARPA funds. But yeah, we want to just give it away to other entities.
Weren't we just gonna do that to Capusa?
I think that it was asked for a budget amendment. That was different. Let me back up. So when you create a water district, the county is able to provide maps, plans, and reports at county expense. Once that district is formed, those costs can then fall on that district, a smaller geographic area than the county. And have those beneficiaries pay the reimbursement in capital charges if the district's formed. If it turns out that after the engineering, the public hearings, et cetera, that there is no district, those capital charges just become a county expense. And you can allocate those as capital charges unless it's federal money or state money. Grant money, USDA, et cetera. If they give you the money, you don't get to then allocate that as a capital charge. But if you use county tax dollars to pay for maps, plans, or reports or engineering, then that can be allocated to the district, to be reimbursed as capital costs. So it depends on whether or not you're going to use ARPA, which is why it's anticipated, because how that interplays may make a difference. That's been stricken, so it's gonna be ARPA, I think. I don't know.
But if you're saying, you started out your statement with you're not sure, and now you're still not.
Well, they haven't made that amendment either.
Yeah, it hasn't
Oh,
been.
it hasn't passed yet. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it had.
I'm sorry, we're just in the discussion.
So.
You done, Chris?
Mhm.
Lydia first, then Christina.
I'm not looking for an exact number, but what is the impact as far as how many county residents are impacted by this?
Herb, Carl, you have any idea of that?
It would be, it could impact 3/4 of the county. If it was totally used as extra source of water, then it would be everybody who's currently getting water, but it also would be a way of getting water to people who currently not have any water. People south of Aurora basically have no, most of them have no municipal water. And although that's not part of the plan, the purpose of having that pumping station was give them the ability to get water. We're also proposing a proposal to get water from Route 31 up to Cato and the Route 370 area. And it could conceivably cut in and help them also.
Thank you. And the reason why I asked that, and thank you very much, is we had an ask for $400,000 in ARPA funds for water, providing water to like 12 people on a road in Crete. I just wanted to make sure that the difference was recognized.
I understand.
The reason we tried to get this from ARPA funds is that it impacts such a large part of the county instead of just one small area.
Understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a good question, Leah. Appreciate it. Christina.
I initially was gonna support this, but it was presented to us that the bonding and the contracts were going to be with your agency and not with the county. And with this change, I don't know that I have enough information about how these contracts were put in place to feel comfortable supporting it with us being the ones signing on the dotted line. It's just not what was initially presented and discussed, and I'm not comfortable with this any longer.
Is there anything that maybe you can ask Chris to get an answer for that? I mean, it's up to you.
Nothing I'm gonna be able to digest tonight and be able to support this.
Got it.
I need more clarification.
Okay. Trish?
Thanks, Steve. My second question is with that connector line, the $600,000 engineering request, will that project connect to the milk plant, or is there another step or another stage after that we'll need to be?
After I got the copy of your email this morning, I talked with the engineer completely about that.
Okay.
And that would enable us to get to the milk plant or to Auburn through the Springport line. And I think that's the answer to what your question was.
Yes.
Thank you.
Elaine?
Just this whole issue of, we already gave ARPA money to water and sewer, 200,000 for studies to see about the feasibility of forming a district or whatever. So I'm sort of confused. This money, even though water and sewer was one of the, major categories, broadband, water and sewer, negative impact of COVID, there's a problem with having ARPA funds go to the Water and Sewer Authority? I'm lost.
So if the money was allocated to Cayuga County for water and sewer projects, the way we handle water and sewer projects is we do the map plans and reports. We form a district, which hasn't been done yet, we're not there. And then those costs get reimbursed by the people in that district. And I'll pick on Fairhaven, the sewer project. The county spent a bunch of money putting that project together. Then when the district was actually formed, it went out to a vote, a referendum within that district. It was supported. In that case, it was a DEC consent order. But since it passed, the district was formed, all those charges went back to that district, not to the authority itself, but to the district. And that's really where they belong. But until that district is formed by this body, a countywide district, there's nowhere to allocate those costs to.
And this is the preliminary step to forming it?
To forming the district, right?
Yes, I mean,
Because you have
without this step, there is no moving forward.
Correct. You have to have maps, plans, and reports to present to the public and in that district. And they can either force a referendum, or the county, Fairhaven again, the county can just say, we are going to have a referendum because we are concerned as what those citizens, subset of citizens of the county want.
You said at one meeting, there is no moving forward in any way, approvals by the state, anything without these architect designs. Did you not say that? Or engineering?
The architect design for the pumping station and treatment plant is necessary to get state approval to put the pumping station, which is the ideal place to have it. And we, the Water and Sewer Authority, don't have $1.5 million to do that. And I think the $1.5 million will generate a $21 million project that I think we brought the information to the last board meeting that showed that we had the ability to pay that back. But we don't have the ability to start the project without the engineering specifically on the pump station. And I think this board felt sure that we also needed to make sure that we had the pipeline there to get the water back here, not just do the pumping station.
Mark?
I just want to be sure that everybody understands that without this project, I don't believe that the milk plant's going to get the very needed water that they need to continue that project. Am I correct? Or
excuse me, I don't hear awful good.
what I'm saying is if we don't do this project, if we don't fund this project for the engineering, there's a great chance that the milk plant will not get the water that they need to operate, correct?
The milk plant desperately needs a huge more water than they currently have. We've done a complete study on that, and we are going to be able to get part of that water from the city, but it's really important to have this water available for the milk plant and for a second source if the county did need additional water.
Thank you.
Andy? And then Elaine?
So let me get this straight. Chris, you're saying that the ARPA money, we can't just give it to them, so that they now can give it to the engineers. We have to do it. She now has her hand up.
Let me clarify this question. I've been doing the claiming on the ARPA funds, and you absolutely can have sub-recipients of the awards. When I did water and sewer, we had to get their UEI number, we had to report their location. So there's just different reporting that we have to do, but they do allow sub-awards to other agencies.
Does that help?
$50,000, you have to identify who they are by their
Okay,
UEI number.
so
Without that, you don't have to.
with that being said, are we gonna continue to kick the can down the road like it's been kicked for 20 years of second source of water, and then next year we hear about, we need a second source of water? Or shall we pass this tonight, putting it in their name, I guess, if you say that's okay? Hopefully you agree. So however the hell you gotta change the wording in this, I don't care. Change it so that it's, you're happy, because it's in their name, and let's pass the damn thing. Jeez.
Any other further discussion?
Well, I just want to say,
Yeah, go ahead.
you know, as much as you're referencing, we've been at this so long, then why couldn't we get it together to get these simple questions answered and have a resolution that's solid? So I'm not supporting this. You've had plenty of time. This is, you know, I'm just not, it's hurried. I'd like to sit down and talk about this a little further.
What's hurried about it? We've been doing it for 2 months.
I'm not going to support this.
Because we have some questions about wording and we're not sure because, no offense, you and Chris didn't agree on. I mean, we've had all the information. Herb, you want a cot so you can come in every month and explain things? I mean, I don't get it.
David already told me I was here too much.
So I guess I'm making an amendment to my own 2 resolutions to be whatever the hell the wording needs to be to make it go through the soil and water. Or what, excuse me, water and sewer.
I believe the only thing that has to come out of there on both of them is anticipated. Am I right, Chris?
Well, we have to change it from county to, we have to change it from county to water and sewer, don't we?
Yes.
All right, who's making that amendment, Andy?
Yeah.
What is the amendment? Second, Lydia.
Yeah.
What is the amendment?
I think I'm gonna try to guess what Andy's asking for, that 2.1 million be transferred to the Cayuga County Water and Sewer Authority. No authorization for the chair to enter into the agreement, transfer the money over, let them handle their
For
own
the
agreement.
sole purpose.
Is that what you're?
Yes.
For the sole purpose of these 2.
Engineering for the water line, the filtration.
Yes.
I think that's his amendment.
Well, you want to write it down? Because nobody's going to understand it. Why don't you write down what?
Your
I'll
objection
type
was
it,
to the
but I'm
county.
not-
Yes, I don't want the
Yeah, but
county
nobody
signing
knows
this
it. I
contract.
won't be able to read it.
So, yes.
So I'm gonna pull it up and let's
I
wouldn't mind doing.
All right, have patience. We're trying to get the wording for the amendment, and then if it's amended, we'll have to vote on the regular resolution.
I just wanted to suggest to Chris that it's really the second to the last resolve that you're talking about, which just in terms of some wordsmithing, that the chair of the Cayuga County Legislature is authorized and directed to enter into an agreement with the Water and Sewer Authority to contract with MRB Group for necessary engineering.
Very nice.
There you go.
Thank you.
I like that.
You got all that?
No, I didn't.
I'll say it again, very simple.
Slowly, yes.
It is it's the second to the last resolve, that the chair of the Cayuga County Legislature is authorized and directed to enter into an agreement with the Cayuga County Water and Sewer Authority to enter into an agreement with the MRB Group. The rest would stay the same. So we're pulling ourselves out of it as a county. We're saying the money goes to water and sewer. They can contract with MRB.
You got all
No,
that?
this MRB.
Yes.
Just say for
Got that
engineering.
right.
For engineering.
Yes.
Okay, let me just read what the changes that Chris just put on, what Heidi said. All right, it'll be the last or the second to the last resolve. Resolved that the chair of the Cayuga County Legislature is authorized and directed to enter in an agreement with CCUSA.
Cayuga County Water. and
I can't
Sewer
read your writing.
CCUSA to enter into an agreement with MRB Group.
Okay. To enter an agreement with the MRB Group.
We're getting rid of MRB Group,
Yeah.
I guess.
Just to enter into an agreement for necessary engineering. And left
You got it
out,
written down, Heidi?
I'm just doing it in my head, so.
So write it down.
It shouldn't be this difficult, so we got to get it right.
And directed to enter into an agreement with Cayuga County Water and Sewer Authority for necessary engineering
Right,
related to all of the rest is the same.
okay.
That amendment on both of them?
Yes.
Correct.
How about
Same
the
place,
anticipated
same-
source of funds?
Yes.
Want to remove that?
And remove
Anticipated
word anticipated in the last resolve.
from both of them.
Want anything?
Get sole purpose in there anywhere, Heidi?
What was that?
Did we get sole purpose in there anywhere?
Put that in front of engineering
Yeah, I did.
if you want.
Could you just say for the referenced project, because it's in the resolution, that the project is outlined.
I mean, I think if you put for the purpose of engineering, that pretty much covers it anyhow. I don't think we need sole.
You're still gonna do a contract.
Support these resolutions.
Right, right.
Exactly.
More detail.
Right.
Okay, we've got about 8 different things here. So, let me read what I've got. Everybody, if you don't agree with me, let me know. It'll be the next to the last resolve. Resolve that the chair of the Cayuga County Legislature is authorized and directed to enter an agreement with CCWSA for necessary engineering for the purpose of services related to the pumping station and water treatment facility on Cayuga Lake at a cost not to exceed 1.5 million, and further be it resolved. And then the last one, we're taking out anticipate.
I had the purpose of engineering services.
That's what I said.
You had purpose after.
Yeah.
The purchase,
For the necessary,
purpose of
for
engineering.
necessary for the purpose of engineering.
Okay.
Got it?
Yep.
Is everybody okay with that? I mean, we really need to know what we're saying here.
And that would be the same on the second one.
Second one would, and then anticipated would come out of that one too. Is everybody okay? Do we need to read it again? Okay, I need a motion for the amendment.
Second.
Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, now we'll vote on the resolution as amended.
Mr. Chairman, there's an
I'm gonna start voting no and more.
Opposed.
Catch up to you tonight.
I thought I would
You're on a roll.
play in a role.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was everybody except Aileen, right?
Next month.
Yes.
Fine.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and now is the resolution as amended. Motion,
Move it.
Second, Mark.
discussion. Hearing none, all in favor.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, close the vote. Both of them are passed. Thank you, Andy. Okay, now we got presentations. I think everybody knows what the three presentations are about. For the audience that doesn't know, we're talking about economic development in Cayuga County. There's going to be three presentations, one by CETA, one by CCIDA, and one by the county. Shereen will be doing that one. So we'll start right off with CETA.
Chairman,
Yes,
do you think we could take a 5-minute break?
sure.
Yeah.
Everybody okay with a 5-minute break? It's a long time, so
Caucus or just a break? What are we doing?
Just a break.
back in 5 minutes, please.
Intermission, okay?
Intermission.
Intermission.
Guy with a flashlight, that's
And please take your seats. I know it's running late. We have 3 more presentations, so. Thank you, everyone. We'll start right off with Sita for the first presentation. Ryan can't be here, Ryan Pine can't be here, but Cynthia Aiken is, and she will do the presentation.
Thank you for your time and attention. You received a letter from me in your packet. So just to review, and you have some decisions to make about economic development. And in the interim, we'd like to propose that even though our contract indicates that you can claw back our fund balance, that you allow us to keep it, and that we would use it to operate countywide economic development between year end and the end of April 2024. During that time, we would also like to use part of those funds to engage organizational management expert consultant to do a total 360 of the organization and the delivery of economic development in Cayuga County. That 360 would include interviewing all of you, should you want to be interviewed, to say what you like, what you don't like, what has to change. Clearly, the organization hasn't delivered to your expectations, and I'd like to see that change. Are there any questions?
Andy.
Yeah, didn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we, the county, done like a questionnaire to CETA a month ago or something with 8 or 10 questions? Anything ever happened to that? Because I've never seen anything.
I'm told that those documents are with our lawyer and she'll be forwarding them as soon as possible.
So didn't we give like a week or a couple weeks time period to get it back to us? I mean.
Well, that's a great question. Rich, can you explain your timetable here that you sent out?
Yeah, I sent out the letter, the request for the documents, all the financials for the last 3 years. It went out on November 7th. On November 16, I received an email from CETA's attorney indicating that the work was nearly done, nearly completed, and it would just be a couple of days. I didn't hear anything. I followed up, it was 2 days ago, and asked her where the documents were. She emailed me yesterday. She said, well, the holidays interrupted their work, so we won't have them until probably the end of this week. I also let her know when I followed up, I told her that I had expected to receive the documents before we had the meeting tonight.
That answer.
Oh, I was just curious whatever happened, because I know we gave a deadline that was before the holidays.
Mark?
And their lawyer, I believe, was well aware that we requested that information before this meeting, correct?
Yes, when I sent out the request on November 7th, I asked for the documents to be returned within 10 days. On the 10th day, what I received was her email indicating they were nearly done and it would only be a couple more days.
Thank you.
Further questions for? Yes.
I had found out this year that we funded CETA, that CETA wasn't an official part of the county. So my bad for not knowing that in advance. And then I started asking questions about transparency. And that's where my questions lie. We're funding $375,000. By we, I mean, if you live in Cayuga County, you do too, right? And my constituents do, and they hold me accountable for every penny that comes on their tax sheet. Why can't we explain where the investment is going? And I know that that's a broad question, and I think that's what I'm getting asked.
And we're slowly preparing the documents and getting them to you as quickly as possible. I apologize for the.
Well,
Mark?
I guess the question or the comment for me is that your attorneys were well aware and your board was well aware that we were gonna have this meeting tonight. And then we asked for information and you said, again, when we get back to the transparency, why don't we have this information for tonight's meeting? I mean, I can't believe that your board and your attorney don't know that whether you get this funding or not is based on tonight's presentation at this meeting. And you have basically nothing. Other than, well, it's coming, maybe by the end of the week or, you know.
I have no further information to share, and I've apologized.
Just so everybody knows, it's certainly not Cindy's fault. She's not the attorney. So I want everybody to know that. We appreciate her coming here and putting herself in front of all of us and not knowing about the paperwork and the time frame because I talked to her earlier. So certainly it's not Cindy's fault. It's certainly CETA's attorney's fault. So I just want everybody to realize that. Trish?
Thank you for being here tonight and giving the presentation. You're obviously aware there's other entities doing presentations tonight. I know you've been in our seat here. I know you've also been an economic developer in the city and have worked in the county as well. And I would just ask if you could give your take on why CETA as the entity that should lead economic development into the future. If you feel that way, or do you feel let's have a transition for 3 or 4 months and see what happens? At this time, the arrangement, the bylaws, the way the organization works has not served. So, however, because of recommendations by the International Economic Development Organization that stipulate that organizations that have planning and economic development in the same office cause a conflict of interest. For instance, as economic developers, the idea is to support business, and planning often has to do with land purchase, land management, land uses. And we're in a situation now where we've got one part of our economic organizations needing to purchase land and the other part needs to help businesses. It's better if they're separated and not together, according to that organization. And I can see it on the ground how that works. I think we need this time to do an analysis. Is this the right thing? If it's not, how do we change it? If it is, and one of these other 2 proposals works, this information would add to the evidence that one of these other 2 proposals would work, or thoughts. So yeah, I've come to you tonight. The proposal is to allow us to continue economic development services between now and end of April 2024. Because no matter what the county decides right now, you don't have staff, you don't have connections, you don't have people who are trained, and CETA does. The staff at CETA is recognized in the state and in the region, delivering excellent services for county residents. And I understand your problems with the board of directors. I think it needs to be totally laid out, examined, and all placed before you when we get that 360 done with your input in that 360. Did I answer your question? Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Cindy, thank you for coming. I was a supporter of CETA, and I am now, but obviously I've had some concerns like everybody else. But just those simple explanations from the board means a lot. This means having you come in a presentation. It seems like you're on a little bit of a firing squad. It's not your fault because the lawyer didn't get the stuff back. But what I would like to do is have the body think about it as a whole. The same transparency that you're putting Cindy, who's not responsible for responding, have that with everything. Because I think we had a couple conversations about transparency and more information. It seems to be, we can't pick and choose when we want it. So I want to thank you for being here and understand that this open communication will be better in the future.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian. Andy?
I just want to make it clear, I'm not blaming you at all. But, there's gotta be a but. The board is the one, CETA's board is the one who hires their lawyer. If your lawyer sucks, get rid of them, get one that can actually do things on it. Because I will agree with Mark to the extent, I've been here long enough that, you know, the transparency from CETA has been nil, in my opinion, for the last 8 years that I've been here. When you ask questions, you know, we don't get answers. So I do put some of the responsibility on the board, because I mean, just like the responsibility would be put on us 15 sitting here if, you know, we were the ones that hired a company to do something, or hired a person to do something, and it, you know, that's our fault if we're not hiring somebody. I mean, we've complained about transparency for so long, and then to come into this meeting tonight with, you know, well, the lawyer didn't get to it. Well, it was the holidays. Well, the 10 days were up before Thanksgiving, so you can't use the holidays as an excuse. I mean, so I'm not blaming you personally, but the board has some responsibility there for not getting the information to us at tonight's meeting, which, like Mark said, in my opinion, is a pretty damn crucial meeting as to where the funding should go for economic development in this county.
First Lydia, then Brian.
Ms. Hickman, thank you again, and I hope I didn't come across as being accusatory before. I've had some very positive working experience with CETA. As Brian can attest to, we work together to distribute ARPA funds to small business, and your part of the organization was key in making that happen. But I feel that I'm going to be asked to make a decision tonight, and I don't have any information from CETA to go by.
Okay, so standing before you today, I understand that the majority of this body will probably not refund CETA for 2024 at $375,000. This request of me tonight is not for those funds. It would be great, but I understand that that's not going to happen. I'm standing before you tonight to say that your contract with us allows you to claw back dollars that you have given to us in the past and we have not spent. I'm asking that you not elect to choose that option. Allow us to provide service through April as whatever happens in terms of what you decide tonight. You won't be able to get staff up and running who's skilled and et cetera, et cetera. So we'd like to continue to provide that staff with the funds that we have in our fund balance.
May I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
Do you know what that total number is?
I think it's around $150,000. I'm not sure. This body requested that the Chamber and CETA dismantle Cayuga Strategic Services, which had been our umbrella, the employer of our employees, the organization that paid the copier fees and the Zoom fees and the phone stuff. We have costs for dismantling that we don't know what the final thing is, because the state of New York won't actually say that it's done as an organization until sometime next year. So there still will be bills for getting rid of CSS. So there's a number of things that are still unknown as we end the year. So I don't have an exact.
We got three, Brian, then Mark, and then Elaine.
I just want to address Andy a little bit. You know, this transparency has to be to everybody. We had a Caboose come out here, and this is something I thought was interesting, but we only got this information yesterday. And a lot of us work, I don't know what time it came in, but I checked it late afternoon. You have two walk-on resolutions. There was the highway, we're gonna take money from ARPA. These are all things that we asked for transparency and we received pushback. Yet brave enough is the board sitting up here setting the tone of what it might look like in the future for CETA to remain in this county and be funded by that. And I still feel it's kind of tackish, even though you guys are apologetic. She can't answer the questions the lawyers didn't get to it. Now, we all deal with lawyers. Some of our lawyers run late at getting things done, not often. My resolutions get passed quick.
I've never
Okay?
seen it.
But it is the holiday season. And here we are again, this is so much of our people that work and support this county. She's coming to represent the county. Regardless of what decision we make, we need to hear her out and give her some space to understand that she don't have all the answers. So how do you want to start a relationship? You want to start it the same toxic relationship before, just beating them up every day? We had the former director getting up here getting beat up every day. So let's have a conversation. She just, you didn't have transparency when any of these resolutions came up to our desk.
The highway one went through committee.
But yet again,
Where's
it was
transparency for
but
that?
here's the transparency.
Went through two committees.
Well, you got $3.2 million in a fund to fix highways. You took it out of ARPA. Did you not do that?
And it was approved through two committees until
Well, we had
tonight.
a-
What do you want?
We had a whole conversation about it. We had 24 hours to look at this $334,000.
And it's tabled.
It's just, I obviously, you didn't say anything about transparency till Cindy came up here. You didn't say anything. We all did.
I have to disagree with that. because
Okay, everybody, whoa.
About budget.
I don't know how
Time
some
and
negotiations
call on it.
is not transparent,
One at
right?
a time, let me call on.
I'm all set.
All right,
Thank you.
Mark's next.
All right, just simple, quick math. It said you got money until basically the first quarter of next year. It's at roughly $150,000. We give you $375,000. If you're doing quick math, you're looking at 4 quarters at 150 grand a piece, that's $600,000. Whereas
I'm not coming to ask for any new money from the county.
I understand
I'm
that.
only asking,
I fully understand that you're not asking for money. But what I'm saying is, we've given you $375,000. You say you got about roughly $150,000 to get you through the first quarter of 2024. I'm just doing simple math that $150,000 a quarter, a year's worth of income should be around $600,000.
and
I don't-
I just said to Lydia that because of the dissolution, the taking apart, the dismantling of CSS, there are extra costs that we haven't had in the past because that organization as an umbrella allowed us to buy in bulk, buy together. We have to now separate insurance, 401k. We've already had to do the phone, the Zoom, everything so that there's two separate organizations. We no longer have the bulk buying that we had because you asked us to eliminate that. And we couldn't eliminate it mid-year because our employees had deductibles that they'd already met. And if we started a new insurance program, they'd have to meet new deductibles. So together with what's going on, we're ending CSS December 31st. There are costs between now and the end of the year, and then there are costs next year because the state of New York will not act on dissolving that organization until sometime in 2024. And we don't know what all those fees and costs will be. And what audits and accounting fees we're going to have to pay. I just don't know that.
Elaine?
Cindy, I just have a clarifying question. I thought the offer was if the county doesn't claw back your fund balance, and we clearly don't know what your fund balance is right now. We're waiting for that information. At this point, we don't. But that's aside. If we don't claw your fund balance, you will operate until April, end of April, with no contribution from Cayuga County. And you will do that, I thought, to say, I want to do the 360, I want to come back and I want to show how the organization will look different and the relationships with the IDAs will look different, all of that. Are you saying that the offer is, if the decision is to move the funding to CCIDA or inside the county, the offer still stands to operate till April?
Correct.
Even if the decision is we're going in a different direction?
Correct.
That's a pretty good offer. I mean, at this point, I thought it was contingent on, we'll do it till we get the opportunity to show you we can look different. But you're saying, as we hear all these proposals, when we go in and we make a decision, if we are even able to make a decision tonight, the offer stands that CETA will operate. There'll be time to transition staff. There'll be time to continue the projects that are going. And that's all in the spirit of assuming or assuring the economic development work stays active.
Exactly. That's what I'm asking for this evening.
Let me ask Glenn a question. We owe them a payment, right? Is that true? We pay by the quarter?
It hasn't been invoiced yet, but December 31st.
Right. I mean, how much is it? Do you have any, it's like 100 or 90,000? 91,000, I think it's, if I remember right.
375.
No, I don't know. I think the last two were 91,000.
93,000.
93, okay. So, and that has not been paid to CETA yet. We still have that,
Because they haven't invoiced.
right, Lynn?
Correct.
Okay, just so everybody knows that. Aileen?
So my question is for the chair. What is the expectation from us when we're listening to these presentations?
Well, we gotta make two choices. The first one we gotta make, are we going to decide who we're going to fund next year tonight? If we don't make that choice and we decide to wait and make it, the new legislature make it, so then we don't have any discussion more. We can discuss about who's doing it and who did the presentation, but we don't have to decide who we give the money to tonight. Although a lot of people do want to decide tonight. So that's the first decision, is do we decide tonight which one of the three we pick?
Ours wouldn't be one of the three. It doesn't have to be one of the three.
She's asking to keep her money so they can stay
And
operating.
I would really like for you to make the decision tonight whether we retain our fund balance for this purpose so that I can.
Cindy, let me get this. I'm not to interrupt you, but let me get this straight. Are you saying as of April, you're done? I mean, if we picked you, I'm just saying, if we picked you, are you done as of April? Are you thinking about continuing?
Well, at this point, we would, there's no guarantee. Hopefully we'd find a way to continue. I don't have that planned yet because I think we need this outside firm to enlighten the board of directors with your input.
Whether or not you retain an agreement with us or not, that's what I'm confused at.
I'm confused too.
Okay, I'm just gonna be, I'm told out of this body for this evening and for this budget, not a dime for CETA. So we understand that. That's probably the outcome. In light of that outcome, we think it's our responsibility to continue to provide economic development services for the county until whatever organization is given those responsibilities after January 1st or after April, that's yet to be determined as I stand here tonight. But there is an interim time and we want to continue to be the organization that provides those services.
Through April.
Through April, of course, I'd like to, it to be further on. But I can't speak to so many unknowns in one moment.
Aileen?
So that's my question is, if we make a decision tonight to dedicate the funding, whether or not April comes and goes, and whether you have a presentation or not, with the 360 results. And well, we've already spent the money for next year. That's my.
We will have spent it, but it'll still inform how it needs to be done.
But then I don't know you know, what's gonna happen? How do you fit into any equation at that point? If we've already established economic development in a different vehicle, are we leaving space for CETA in those vehicles, or that's what I'm worried about, that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. Am I making sense?
Because we don't know what we don't know.
Cindy, let me ask a question. If this body chooses not to fund you, CETA, after January 1st, starting January 1st, will you be able to work with whatever group we pick, the county or CCIDA? Will you be able to work hand in hand with them through April? Because I know there's tension, and we know that. Everybody in this room knows there's tension between CCIDA and CETA. Will you be able to work as vice chair of that board?
I commit to being able to do that.
Okay.
Me,
I don't.
I can't make.
You are vice chair.
Anybody else?
Okay. Trish first, then Amy.
I have two questions. For this interim period, who's actually running CETA? Is there an appointed director? And then my second question, if you could go into a little bit more of the 360 process and the time frame, that is interesting to me. We have a lot of different entities in the mix for economic development in this county. We've got a funding request for CAPUSA, which is an economic development tool for the county. It is for staffing. We've got the IDA staff and executive director for the IDAs. And I'm just curious if the 360 would look at kind of all of that and what the right staffing plan is for all of the economic development entities that are in the county. The 360, my hope is to be able to get the RFP out as soon as possible such that CETA can vote on engaging someone at our meeting in December, such that the person could start in January. And in answer to your question about what the person would do, the person's going to interview you and ask you who should they interview? What should they be asking about? What do they need to know? That's part of what they're going to do. With CETA being the focus in terms of what went wrong, such that we don't do it again, what went right, such that we make sure that who's ever doing it next is doing the right stuff. Did I answer your question? Did I leave anything out that was kind of long? I might have forgotten a part of it. The leadership ones?
Is it? Oh, right now the executive committee is working very closely with the staff. And there is not someone who's acting executive director.
So would that continue then for the next 4 months, that there wouldn't really be
That's the plan at this time.
person in charge of economic development for the county?
It's an organization in charge. It's never just been one person in charge.
Yeah.
Can you tell us who's on the executive committee?
Ryan, myself,
Ryan Pine.
correct? One member McLeod who's here tonight, and Swenger from Aurora Inns.
Just so
Aurora.
everybody knows. I knew that. Mark? Oh, I'm sorry, Andy's first. Yep, Andy.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm confused. I thought tonight was, I came in here open-minded. I thought everyone was giving their pitch as to why we should choose them and like you guys to continue working with you. I was looking forward to getting some of the answers that I feel like we've never gotten. But it seems like instead it's, you know, and I don't have a problem with your, you know, holding on till April to clean things up in plain English or whatever, but I don't know, I guess I thought there was gonna be more to it for CETA. This is why you should stay with us. This is, you know, what we've done wrong and figured we need to now change to do right, and this is what we've done right, and this is, you know, but I don't know, I guess.
I don't think.
I hope the next two presentations are more of what, this is why you wanna pick me type of thing.
Go ahead.
I don't think that we're a credible source for that information at this time, based on your lack of trust of us. So I don't know that that would have been the right thing to do tonight, and that's why this proposal is before you.
Yeah. Think they want you to squabble.
Mark?
I'm gonna revert back to Aileen's question. I believe she asked, the way I understand it, that she asked, what's your plan for after the first quarter? Obviously, we're gonna more than likely do something with money tonight for 2024. Even if we give you the opportunity to continue until the end of the first quarter, you still got 3 quarters of the year. How are you going to operate for that rest of the year?
I honestly don't have an answer to your question because I really need, as a member of the board of directors of the organization, to get this information. And if the county has decided to go with a different organization, and as you know well, the county is the majority of our funder, we might have to shutter. We might have to close the doors down.
Mike, just 1 minute. I'm gonna ask Cindy 2 questions. What is your relationship, you being CETA, with Auburn IDA?
We still continue to staff the Auburn IDA.
So you're working, there's no problem with Auburn IDA and CETA right now?
Correct.
Where would you get, if you do continue after April, where would you be looking for funding?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, would it come from CETA? That's why I'm asking. Auburn IDA, has that been talked about?
That's not something that I've been a part of any discussion about.
Okay. All right. That was my question.
The staff has come to us and said that there are grants that they can apply for. There's some things that in the past, and I have to say to you, I came back on the CETA board in September after things happened in August. So I'm getting up to speed with you. And the staff has said they were told not to apply for grants in the past. And they're saying, please, we'd like to apply for grants. So
okay, I understand. Mike?
Cindy, you were here years ago, and you've seen what went on between this board or this
Legislature.
I don't want to use a bad word, so I'm going to just.
You're being taped,
The
Mike.
thing is that we have asked, I've been here for 12 years, and we've been asking the same questions for 12 years. And there's not a thing changed. We need a change. And we listened to another group of people come up, they sounded pretty good. So we don't know either what we're gonna do. You say you don't know, but when are you gonna know anything? When can I ask you what's going on with CETA?
according to Mr. Galvado, the lawyer will have information that we provided by the end of the week. So you'll have a lot of information. And in terms of going forward, I won't know, like I said, as a board member of this organization.
This is the whole idea. You know, for 12 years, nobody knew. The director would come up here and tell us, okay, we get questions. Can you get us the, whatever it is that we're asking, and not get an answer? We'll have it for you next month. We'll have it for you next month. That's the way I feel. I mean, I can't make it any kind of a judgment call, not that I'm gonna make a judgment call, but I'm waiting for, or I've waited for Zeta to answer some of these questions, and they haven't been answered. Thanks, that's all.
And you know, honestly, I think you have stood here and said, there are some issues that you need to, in terms of communication, you know, the base funding, why we find things out after the fact, why there's such closed about fund balance, that's been on it. I mean, you're admitting that.
Yes.
And that's the whole reason for the 360, whether you continue to do business with us or not. I think your offer is considerate to the staff that are currently working there. I think it makes sense for if transition has to happen. I mean, the staff are caught in the middle of this, and we all recognize this, how difficult it is. And yes, whether there's a seated discussion for further funding, there's a transfer to another organization, you know, you need to be able to have some level of security and some planning and some, as I think the city of Auburn said, slow this train down a little bit. And that's really what these 4 months you're making the offer for. And I so appreciate that.
Without limiting you to any other decision you need to make.
Right.
Because you need to make the right decisions for your constituents, absolutely.
Lydia?
So your ask is to maintain the funds we've already provided. And that's for the purpose of transitioning and dissolution?
I hope it's not dissolution. It's for gathering the information from an outside organization, right? And it is for delivering services during this time, because I don't think a new organization can get up and running before April in terms of really, and we have projects that are in the air now that continue to need support, and our staff is doing that. And they would continue to do that.
A major part of my
Countywide, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Cindy, let me ask you a question. And I know you're the vice chair, and I know you only been there for 2 months. So do you feel that CETA, do you feel that the county is big enough to have 2 economic development organizations?
We tried it in the past when I was on the legs, then we tried a one-stop. The feedback from business is they want to go to one place and get information from one entity. And that saves them time and training resources and money. A one-stop is best practice. And by having an organization staff book of the IDAs, it actually provides that one stop and eliminates the perception of and the actual happening of competition between the city and the county, which has to never happen again. We lost so many projects when it was not combined. We
Okay, Andy?
Just quick. That one threw me a little. I thought you said earlier you had to separate 2 different branches.
roles, that's why planning and economic development shouldn't be in the same office.
How's that a one-stop then if you have to?
Because this is economic development, and planning stays with county, planning stays with city.
Okay.
Economic development stays with CETA, or whatever organization is determined to be proper organization.
Any other questions for Cindy? Cindy, we appreciate it. We put you on the spot here today and you handled it very well. So thank you very much. Okay, our next presenter is going to be from CCIDA, will be Herb. And I think Carol's going to help him out, or will.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Cindy.
And I just wanted to go over what we did after we met with your executive session, and you told us that you are not going to fund CETA this next year, and for us to try to get together a budget and what we could do. The first person I talked to was David Botar, who is the executive director of the 5-county planning and economic.
Central New York Development.
And I talked to him twice, and he said what you all have been talking about. It's very important to have one outfit in the county that represents the entire county, not multiple units. Then to try to get everybody together, I talked to Mayor Quill several times. I talked to the city manager, and he and I and you had at least 3 meetings, and there were several legislators at them. I talked to Jim Dacey, the chairman of ADA, and we have a lot of things together that we have to resolve. I personally don't think we can put this off. There's 24 payments in lieu of taxes that have to be done between the 2 of us, and somebody has to do them. And beginning January 1st, we have to know who that person is going to be.
Explain that again, Herb.
The ADA and us have 24 payments in lieu of taxes pilot programs that
Okay.
have been out.
Between the city and.
Between Ada and us.
Yep.
And they have to be handled each year, and the proceeds of those have to be distributed to the, wherever they are, the city, the county, the school district, the towns, or the villages, depending on where the pilot actually is. But that stuff has to be done. I also talked to the new mayor of Auburn, who also is on the Ada board, and the conversations were really good. Each one of them has their own preference on what they would like to do, but all of them were more than willing to work together under one group to try to get this done. And we put together, Andy did the most of the work, but put together a proposal for you, and it's getting late. I hate to take.
No, that's all
a lot
right.
of your
I
time,
understand that you met with Jeff and Jimmy
but I met
just
with-
recently.
Yes, just a couple days ago.
And you think, you think that went well then?
I thought it went really extremely well. I was a little nervous about going into that, but it went very well. He specifically,
He being Jimmy or?
Jimmy, I mean, because we talked to Jeff.
He is there.
Is he in the room?
Yeah, he's behind us.
Well, I'm sorry. That's terrible.
Is he lying about anything?
He's not lying, but for the, I did talk about one stop shop for economic development. I was not committal to who that would be.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear.
Right.
No, I understand.
But
I knew you were back there.
I think you and I and Jeff agreed that we all needed to work together for the.
And for the record, if I may speak, I don't know if I'm.
Sure, go ahead. Got
For
it.
the record, I asked for basically a stay of execution to, you know, let the new legislature sit, let the new city council sit. Basically what Cindy's proposing. Let's get to April, let's work this out. We've got one chance to fix this. One chance. And I don't think it should be a rash judgment.
Okay, thanks for your input, Jimmy.
Andy has put together.
Okay, Andy's turn.
Yes.
Okay, Andy. Thanks, sir.
Yeah, and I just wanted to thank, we hired a 360 consultant. We didn't pay him a dime. And he had hundreds of conversations with everybody. So I just want to really thank Mr. Marshall for the incredible work he's done for us. He really has reached out to everybody.
Everybody that knows him knows he's got that silver tongue.
Oh, yeah, you just gotta.
Yeah, I know.
And I also wanted to thank Mr. Miller and Ray Lockwood and Rick Albano for helping us with the presentation. We're the organization that can. We're not gonna study, we're not gonna spend a year looking, we're gonna execute. We've done a lot of huge projects. We did the milk plant. We've done the cancer center. We've done a lot of stuff. We know how to perform. We've got a smaller board. We got 7 people. We're elected by the county. We'll provide full transparency. Our meetings are open. We post our minutes on the web. Any information you want, we'll get it to you by the next meeting. Our budgets aren't secret, our job descriptions, our minutes, our decisions, everything is open and fully transparent. Every penny we get and every penny we spend is an open record. You know, we'll account for everything. I always like to say, when I'm spending the taxpayers' money, I like to spend it as if it was not my money, but like it was my mother's money. So, you know, just like to your earlier statement. So everything will be available. What we're talking about doing is pretty simple. We'd like CETA to assume responsibility for countywide economic development, including the city of Auburn, working in concert and partnership with Ada. We would become the one-stop shop for the business organizations. We have deep relationships with a lot of the businesses now. The county would provide some funding, we'd get some funding from our projects. Some of the funding would come from from ADA, some staff, some project work from the city. We would submit monthly or quarterly, whatever your interest is, progress reports to the county. And then I just wanted to hammer it again, the CCIDA would be fully transparent and answerable to the Cayuga County. We have to call our lawyer. You could just get a hold of any of the board members, Mr. Marshall, any information you'd want, we would turn it over within the next meeting. And like I said, I think we would broaden our vision. We'd expand our vision to establish CETA as the one-stop shop for businesses of any size or category.
CETA? CETA?
I mean, CCIDA.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's a lot of acronyms.
You're gonna be on TV tomorrow.
And we think there's an opportunity to refocus a little bit on becoming more market-driven economic development and working on improving the business climate and entrepreneurial spirit. You know, not just the pilot programs and the the various other grants. We would look to take on the CETA staff, and then we would recruit to fill any open positions. We've already hired, and we're kind of forced into it with the milk plant. We couldn't really operate without a director, so we've already hired a part-time director. But we would offer positions to the existing CETA staff and take them on board. And then we would adopt the CETA processes and policies, and then hopefully expand on them and improve them. It's actually a lot easier than it sounds, because like I said, our director, Mr. Miller, is really experienced and he's knowledgeable about this. The staff would be knowledgeable, so it would just be better formalizing things. We sent you a whole packet. I don't want, in the interest of time and supper, I don't want to go through the whole thing, but we would entertain any questions you have.
Let me start off with, I sent this out. Did everybody get the packet from CCID? Because there's a lot of information in there. If you didn't get it, it's your own fault because it went out. But you should be reading that before we make a decision, or if we do today. Andy?
So for the sake of transparency, what are you paying Mr. Miller?
Sorry?
What are you paying Mr. Miller?
50,000, all right?
My follow-up question with that is, what happens with Mr. Miller after January 1st?
Oh, we would continue his services.
You know that much? You can sleep good tonight now.
We've talked about it.
Okay. All right, because when we talked to you last time, we didn't know if you were keeping him.
Mr. Miller has agreed to stay on a part-time basis for the first 4 months, and I agree with Cindy's position that we need that 4 months to do the transfer of the personnel from them over to us, but can't be put off. One of the best employees they had quit to take another job just a week ago, who was liked very much by everybody she worked with. But why wouldn't she quit when they were told that they were not going to be funded, and CETA would not let us talk to any of the employees, not to take them away from them, but to try to encourage them that there would be a job for them after January 1st. But at some point, we may want to advertise for a full-time director. And I've talked to 2 people about doing that, and I told both of them that if we did do that, that we would want Mr. Miller to be part of that interview. And they tell me that they can get director for us, not in December, but in the first 2 or 3 months of next year. And both of them said, under no way would they try to get a director for a firm that had already fired 2 directors and made 1 director half-time. And a year's time. I talk-
Let me ask you both a question, and this is important to me, and I think probably everybody else. If we choose you, if this group chooses you, whether it's today or whenever it may be, or the new ledge, will you be able to work with CETA for the first 4 months of the year?
Absolutely, and especially with the people for CETA, we would look forward to, the proposal we first put together was to have them extend that time period for 4 months, but it has to be an extension for a transfer. It can't be an extension to rethink whether you're going to fund them or not. If you're going to fund them tonight and get it over with.
Right.
Don't wait 2 months or 3 months to do it. We basically have separated from CETA as of February 1st. We're gonna have to hire a secretary to do all those pilot works, and we've already agreed, I believe, with the current woman to do that, but we need to direct, the next thing we did, we talked to the people who own that building about running it, their lease.
That was my next question. I
Their
see you've
lease is
got,
up as of December 31st. They're willing to talk with us. They talked with us and their attorney, but we can't lease that building unless we know what new people are going to do.
Yeah.
And that lease is going to be December 31st.
the lease for CETA,
The lease for the Chamber of Commerce building.
right?
Yes.
They own it, the chamber owns it, and
Absolutely.
CETA leases it.
Yes.
Is that part of this $30,000 for the rent then?
Excuse
Is
me?
that, is that what's in your budget for the rent?
Yes.
Okay, all right,
The rent plus the telephones plus the
right,
internet service there.
okay.
And we don't have any issues working with CETA. And I think Mr. Pine and Cynthia are great people. You know, I don't want to cast aspersions on anyone. We'll do whatever's in the best interest of the county.
Elaine?
So if the offer from CETA is to stay operational till the end of April, they'll stay in that space until the end of April. They need it.
Somebody has to rent the facility as of January 1st. And we would be, if you all can make a decision tonight, we would be tickled to death to rent it, leave them there for that period of time to fulfill that 4 months agreement.
And the issue of a full-time, you're not proposing, if you get the full economic development, to have a part-time executive director. You'd be looking for a full-time executive director.
Countywide, we absolutely need a full-time executive director, and we've not had a full-time executive director since August.
And there is no guarantees who that is, whether Mike applies or he doesn't, or is that how it
I would
works?
hope Michael would apply, and truthfully, I get carried away with this, and I'm sorry, but he's been 3 times as much good to us since we hired him as he was when he worked for CETA. When he worked for CETA, he could not give us any information about anything because everything was a secret.
No, you know, it's funny because
I asked what his salary was, because CETA was very close.
what I always say, I've said this to Herbie, you can't have forgiveness until you repent. And I don't want to speak bad, but you know, CETA hasn't repented. When Chairman Gould asked them for the job descriptions, they won't provide that because it was top secret, but then I just grabbed it off their website. So this stonewalling has been a long time practice, and it's frustrated us. That's really the frustration the IDA had with CETA, was we would ask questions and not get answers.
Mark first, and then Bry.
If you were to lease the space and allow CETA to stay till the end of April, do you have rooms in that building to work for them first couple of months? Are you allowed to?
Michael said yes. Yeah, there's empty offices.
There's all kinds of room there because that's where everything was before they fired Michael. He just said yes, there is room.
Thank you.
Yes.
Bry, question.
If you talk to the CETA staff and see if they're even interested to working for you guys.
We were talking with Cynthia.
I'm talking about the employees.
Right, we had one meeting with them, and then we went in to have another meeting, and Cynthia asked us to leave. We would have liked to have had,
So you didn't ask the question. So you don't even know if they're willing to work with you. I
no, we're
mean,
not.
okay. Cause if we go in your direction, we could lose the whole staff, not knowing if they're even willing to work with you guys and under your. That's important to know, cause we know that there is key members there. And we know that they're valuable and they know they have the experience and they have the relationships. But we don't even know who we're gonna get to take over. That just popped in my head, so I just.
Good
wanted to
question.
Ask it.
Very good question.
Right.
Let me follow up on it. Didn't you and Herb talk to one of the employees that said that she would be willing to come with you?
Yes.
Yes, the current treasurer's secretary said
Okay.
he would be willing.
Just so we all know that.
And
And
that's
one
the
of the,
treasurer. I'm talking about the people that are on the street meeting the businesses.
Well,
in
the
other
market,
county.
actually, you have more risk. And I've been through some plant closings. The risk is the unknown and the not knowing what's gonna happen. You have more risk losing the seat of staff by not making a decision. You already lost the marketing manager, who wasn't very good. So really, there's only,
I'm not assessing risk. I'm just asking a question that if everybody considered to ask the staff, will they be willing, because if I'm the staff, if I put myself in their position.
no, we haven't been able.
Because we don't know if we're gonna have a job in a couple of months, we're coming to work every day, and their fate has been determined by us having conversations very public. So I didn't know my question is, did you ever ask them, and do you think they'd be willing to come?
Cedar wrote us a letter and told us we could not.
Okay,
We would like.
that's all I was asking. Okay.
We would have liked to.
The board wrote you a letter, okay.
Mara, who is next? Sorry. Hi.
So I have a question. I'm just curious if you have had any conversations with Auburn IDA in this arrangement and how they feel about it, and what is the legal ramifications of having one IDA essentially overseeing another IDA?
Well, we would not be overseeing data. We would provide them staff as a service. But we did have a couple conversations with Ada.
you and I and Ray met with them for 2 hours just about a week ago with Mr. Casey, who was chairman. And I want to be completely, he was very supportive of CETA, but he was also very willing to work with us on getting these pilots done, doing whatever needed to be done. Or decided to have us do it. My opinion of that conversation was he was very willing to work with us on doing whatever needed to be done.
And I think to me that was a big lesson. The more you communicate, the more commonality you have.
My question is about your CETA board. So do you have?
IDA?
I'm sorry, yeah, the IDA. Did I say?
I get
CETA? Yes.
Don't-
The IDA board.
Yes.
Is every member, do you have full unanimous support for this evolution of the IDA from your board? Because the board chair is not here and has never presented.
He was here
I
earlier.
understand, but he silently was in the room, which I give him a lot of credit for because I've heard his comments.
Yes.
The last meeting we had was only a week ago. We went over that again with the board, and all the members present there were totally in favor of what we were doing. There was 2 members not present. One of them sits right in the back of you because he was skipping around someplace.
Okay, my other.
But there is, everybody's supportive, but they do, there is concerns, how we're gonna manage it. But I think I think it's bad if you have a board that just fully agrees on everything. So we do have concerns.
Because obviously you have to set up payroll and HR and all the things that you.
Yeah, I've done payroll. My brother and I had a small business. And really, you just go to a contract service, you can set it up in a week.
So my other concern about this is if the staff does not come along, you have to go and hire new staff. And I want to know what is the plan for the real focused, proactive economic development that needs to occur in this county. I understand all the good work you've done with pilots and the work you've done with existing businesses, and that's wonderful, and that's, you guys have done a great job with all that, especially CMI. But the other hand is this proactive approach that needs to be, you know, eye on the ball, 24/7, really attentive. And then also representing us at the state and federal levels. So what is the plan for that?
And there's some very valuable staff members, so that is the big risk. But basically, you know, we'd look to fill that staff level out and engage them. We have, the IDA currently has a lot of contacts with the larger businesses. But I think the real economic growth is in the small businesses. So we'd like to pursue a lot of programs targeted towards smaller businesses.
I have a follow-up, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Wait 1 second, I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor-elect?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that as a member of ADA, there are not.
Jimmy, I mean.
He had his hand up first.
Are we, is this accountability? No, go ahead, Jimmy.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As a member of ADA, and there's another member of ADA in the room, it's a 9-member board. There was no meeting in November, there's no meeting in December. This has not been discussed with ADA. I have tremendous respect for Mr. Dacey. Full disclosure, he has announced that he's stepping down at the end of the year. He's not even gonna be a member of ADA. So again, I think this discussion, any move to dissolve CETA, to move economic development to CCIDA is premature. Because ADA has not been, we haven't been consulted whether or not we want to be a part of this framework. And in my meeting with Mr. Marshall, I was very non-committal. I said, I agree there should be a one-stop shop, but there should be discussion after the first of the year of what that looks like. With all due respect, it's a lame duck legislature, it's a lame duck city council. We have another month before both bodies take their seats, and I just think this is premature. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Right?
I have several, I'm gonna limit to 3 questions. You mentioned earlier that you're gonna set up payroll. Do you have people on payroll now?
No,
So you're gonna put a whole payroll system in place.
no,
Explain it, like, you don't have payroll now, so we're talking about people that typically probably have good benefits. Forget about the salary and already have an established payroll system with medical and all those things that are important for people. And now it's like you're gonna be starting from scratch?
well, we're not gonna put a payroll system in. We're gonna just hire a service to do payroll.
Well, I understand it, but you'll be okay with that, because typically, you know, because you'll be treated like every other small business. You're not gonna have good rates. You're not gonna have I enjoy the benefits of being here in the county with the medical, let's say that, okay? All right, so I'm just saying, those are things that are key
Outside of
factors.
that.
Outside of that, yeah.
All right, so I had set up a payroll service for our church. We have 5 employees. And it's $25 per payroll run.
I'm not talking about the expense. I'm talking about the benefit to the employee.
And on the healthcare benefits, we would contract with Wayne County Health Trust, which is the county water and sewer authority use it. And they're paying $631 a month for single coverage.
Okay.
So we've already got that baked into our budget.
Okay, the other question I had, when I asked you, did you meet, you said you received a letter and you said you kind of met Cindy, or that she told you she wouldn't meet with you?
No, we met with the staff one time. We were gonna have additional meetings.
Because all fairness, like, it'd be really strange.
Right.
I'm just saying, I would have probably done the same thing. It'd be really strange that you guys pop in and talk about what it would look like work for us, you know, in this toxic this uncertainty
Well,
would be scary for anybody. I
What-
wonder if formally, if you were to like have a formal letter, then a meeting with them, and then. So that's something I just want,
But-
more of a statement than any.
sure.
just saying that-
Two things. We were working with Mr. Pine and Cynthia. You know, we told them the probability is CETA would not exist, and we wanted to work with the staff. We met with the staff one time to discuss it. We wanted to have subsequent meetings, and then their lawyer, CETA's lawyer, sent us a letter not to contact anybody. And to me, that was bad faith.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I would have done the same thing. The other question I have for you is, other than transparency of coming here with data, and hopefully everybody comes here with data, whoever we deal with, see that. What are you providing anything else for them? Like what are you providing for the CETA staff, and what benefit is the partnership? Because if it's just us getting the information, we're gonna demand that basically whoever we deal with. I know the chair is, okay? He's
But
not gonna let that.
successfully, so-
But other than that, what are you offering them other than a say, even to say, come work for us, could be no different than them working by themselves?
Well,
no staff and nothing.
Probably Mike could speak to this better, but one thing the IDA board would provide would be direction. If they came to the IDA board with issues, we would address them and take care of them. And I don't believe they're getting that right now. We would bring
Basically,
clarity.
you're replacing their board.
Right.
So you'd be replacing their board and you'd become the new board.
Yes,
And then you'd be governing over them.
yes. Yes. I'm sorry I wasn't clear about that.
Questions? I got one, Carl. If you can go to, got your thing right in front of you?
Yeah.
Can you go to page 2 and page 3? Page 2 says the county level of funding from the county 400. Over here, you got 375, because that's what we gave to CETA this year. So which one is right?
I think it's 375,
Yeah.
right? The 375.
Okay. That's what I was hoping. All right, thank you.
Sorry,
That's all right, that's all right. Questions? I know we probably all got a million of them, but that's why we're going into executive session. Yes.
I know we've asked this question before, but I wasn't in public. Can you talk a little bit about your board composition and what that looks like? I think, do we appoint the members of the board?
Yes.
And are you open to potentially different appointments to change the representation on that board?
Certainly, we work at your discretion, certainly.
I'm just thinking specifically with regard to the way the CETA board is structured, there's representatives for specific industry sectors, but going with CCIDA, you know, what level of representation, for instance, would the city of Auburn have on that board?
Yeah, you've got, from Auburn, you've got John Latona. Letitia, I'm sorry.
John Letitia.
He's a banker.
Is he a resident?
Yeah, John Letitia. He's been in the banking business for 30 years.
So
I
we've got-
believe he does, yes. Does John live in the city or in county? John
I thought he
Letitia?
lived in the city. He lives in the city, yes.
Yeah, okay.
You've got Ray Lockwood, who's our chairman. He's a local farmer. Mr. Marshall, renowned 360 consultant.
County legislator.
County legislator Bob Shea. Myself, I work at Welch Allen as a process improvement manager. Who am I forgetting?
Paul Adam.
Paul Adamore.
Yeah, lives in Senate technically.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question while we're talking about this, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but how long are those terms for, do you know? Without going back and looking?
The terms?
Yeah.
2 years.
They are 2-year terms? Okay.
And I think 2 people are up. 3 are up.
You're up the end of this year?
Yeah.
Wow. Good luck, Aileen.
Here we are.
I could just follow up and close that question, Dave, if that's okay.
Oh, absolutely, God, yes.
I would love to see if the choice is to go with CCIDA, I would love to see more diversity on that board. So it's more reflective of our community and the demographics of our community. Not saying anything against any of those board members. I know a lot of those board members and they're great people and they work hard for this county as volunteers. But I do think it's important to look at that moving forward so that there's representation that's more broad.
That's the nice part. Nice part about this is that board is yours to appoint.
Yes.
I have two questions. One of my concerns, and you can attest to this, right, Mike, is that there wasn't enough attention given to rural areas. So one question is, how do you address that? And the second question is, if we decide that CCIDA is the right way to go, when do you begin?
Well, I think the 3 or 4 months is almost ideal. It gives a good transition. And the rural stuff, my own view, my neighbor works for Spotify. My son-in-law is an architect in Rochester. His company's in Philadelphia. He works at home. I think with the internet, there's a huge opportunity. And this is, like, I lived in Chicago for a couple of years. I worked for Bell Laboratories, right? And I never recognized what a beautiful area this is. I mean, you can't go 10 miles and you can go swimming in the lake. The scenery, my daughter always jokes that she's Cayuga County where there's more cows than people. So I think with the internet, and I think this working from home, like a Welch Allen, I think a third of the people. I think there's a huge opportunity for economic development in the rural area.
And I thank you for that, but more specifically, we have existing businesses in the rural areas that have not benefited from CETA, for example. What would IDA do in that case?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't have all the answers, but I think we want to live through all of this. Like my brother and I were small business owners. It's the small businesses that create the jobs. You're not going to get these, you're not going to get a General Motors plan or something, but you can get a lot of small businesses. So I think that should be a real focus.
Appreciate that, because we do have the city of Auburn, so we do have people living outside of the city in places like Troop. So.
Yeah, well, I live out in Springport, Sticks.
So if there's no more questions, I'll have the final one. What are you and Herb, or Rick, ever who it is, the board, what connections do you have with Micron right now?
I don't have any. You guys?
What about Mike? I know Mike does, because Mike's on our committee, our
Yes.
Micron committee for the county. What is your ideas of connecting with Micron? Because we all know what that can offer.
Just give you one thing, and then, when David Botard talked with us, he told us the ideal place in this county to get any benefit from them is either the Thruway area or Route 370.
Right, we know
In the
that, yeah.
Thruway area, we've already found 2 pieces of property that are for sale, that one of them needs to have water, and the Water and Sewer Authority is willing to run water there so that would be available. The other one already has them. The third thing he said was that 70 is the one that is the most apt to get they don't have any water, and we're doing a proposal to put water up to 370 so that if we get any interest there, we will at least have that there for them. And the last thing he told me was very possibly the benefit this area is going to get from that, this people wanting to live here rather than to live in Onondaga County, and we've got two other properties to look at that would be not near as good for industrial development, but would be good for housing. And so we're trying to meet what his goal for us was to be available for that, but.
He's a great resource.
Mike, can you add anything to that? Because I know, as I said, you've been on our county committee from the beginning, naturally from CETA, but you have contacts now that you've made through CETA. Are you still keeping those contacts while you're working with these guys?
That's been my intent while I've remained with the IDA, and also, your invite to remain part of the site selection steering committee is to continue that work, especially within the site selection committee, development owner of that property and take advantage of state and federal grants for development and attraction or tertiary businesses like that.
Okay. All right, we left, thank you all three of you, all four of you for their presentation. We appreciate it very much, and somebody will be in touch soon. Can't tell you when. I'm sure Herb will be talking to Elaine probably at midnight tonight.
And then I'll call you.
She likes to call him after he's gone to bed.
Thank you very much, though.
About it.
Thanks, Carl. Thanks, Rick. Thanks, Herb. Mike, thank you very much. Okay, our final presentation is the county, and Shireen's coming over here. I thank Shireen and Lynn and Diane very much. They put a great program together. You'll see that. It took them a long time. They did everything we asked them.
They're not working.
That's okay. I can talk loud.
Yeah, it picks it up.
Oh, does it?
Really? Yeah.
Steve's not mad at us.
Steve Lynch?
I don't think Steve ever gets mad, do you, Steve?
No, he doesn't.
Just Steve.
Never gets mad.
He's mad right now, actually.
But I thank you all, and Steve was on that committee too to put that together, so thank you.
I don't know if it's good or bad that I'm going last. Perfect, okay. I gotta use the clicker. This is gonna be interesting. But everybody, you can hear me? Yes. Okay. So first of all, good evening, everyone. I am the chosen one for the presentation this evening. On behalf of the group of employees I worked with to provide this requested information to you. For those who are present but may not know me, my name is Shireen Androsco. I am the Cayuga County Operations Officer. The information that I'm presenting this evening relates to expanding the Cayuga County organizational structure to include economic development. So first of all, just to begin, I just would like to review what information was requested by you, members of the legislature, from us, our work group. First, what would economic development look like if the function was added to the existing Cayuga County organization? Next, what would the estimated cost be for the additional function? And how many staff members and our positions would be needed for the responsibilities involved with economic development? So I talked about a group of employees that I worked with. This group is Diane Ferris. She's the resource administrator for the county. Lynn Marinelli, the budget director. Steve Lynch is the director of planning, and then myself as the operations officer. So our group met. We worked on compiling this information pertaining to your request. As a result, we have two options to present to you on what economic development may look like if you decided to add this function to the Cayuga County organizational structure. Option one would be adding economic development to the existing planning. Option two would be creating a new economic development department. We do ask that you hold on any questions until the end of the presentation, just to keep us on track, or actually to keep me on track. And we're happy to answer questions at that time. Any information that we may not be able to provide you this evening, please know that we will work on obtaining it and we will get back to you as soon as we can. Sounds like I need a commercial. Right. So beginning with option one, we wanted to start off with, adding economic development to the existing planning department. Currently, we wanted to show you what existing staff exist in the planning department. They're listed here, beginning with the director of planning
then to the administrative assistants, the planner's positions down to the senior planner. The added staff needed for this option includes 5 new employees, 1 promotion for the deputy director of planning, and an increase to the planning director's salary. The 5 new economic development staff positions would be the full-time deputy director of economic development or an economic development coordinator, a full-time secretary, a full-time economic development specialist for business retention and attraction, a full-time marketing and communications specialist, and 1 full-time business finance director. The estimated cost for this option is about $540,000 annually. What does this cost include? We have salaries and fringes, along with departmental expenses, which include but may not be limited to rent, space for additional staff, and then we have listed utilities, telephone, all the way down to staff recruitment. These estimated costs may be offset by revenue generated from contractual service agreements with the county and or city IDAs. So the next option we're presenting is creating a new department for economic development. This option includes 6 new economic development staff, including 1 department head. A list is provided, starting with the director of economic development. Next is the deputy director or the economic development coordinator, a secretary, marketing and communication specialist, an economic development specialist for business attraction and retention, and the business finance director. The estimated cost for this option is about $614,000. The costs listed mirror those that I provided you in option 1, which are the salaries and fringes and the departmental expenses that start with rent due to space needed for the department and the staff, utilities, telephone, down to staff recruitment. Also mirroring option 1, the total estimated cost provided may be offset for the revenue generated from contractual service agreements with the county and or city IDAs. So in addition to our group providing you with these 2 options related to what economic development would look like if added to the current Cayuga County structure, we also would like to highlight just a few considerations. The first consideration when looking at options for economic development and a change is a plan for the smooth transition of this. In the interim of permanent change, you may be use an outside agency or temporarily expand the Cayuga County Planning Department. Next, another consideration would be space needs for these options, identifying a location for the department and the staff. Next to consider is the area of retention and recruitment of staff. This includes continuity of current economic development services or use of existing staff with comprehensive economic and development experience. You will need to take into consideration the civil service rules and regulations for an interim and or a permanent plan, including those related to provisional employees. Diane is available this evening and she can elaborate on this or answer any questions that you may have relating to the civil service. So with regards to considerations, I just want to back up a bit to the first consideration of the smooth transition plan to a permanent change. We highlighted, just to remind you, the 2 options: a contract with an outside agency or to temporarily expand the county planning department to include the economic development until a permanent option is in place. The time frame anticipated for both of these transition options represents a transition period which would begin year 2024 for a preferred permanent option to begin in the year 2025. So to continue on with some of the considerations, another one related to our options presented to you this evening would be for managing existing services in the pipeline. So this includes talking with and having a viable coordination with the existing agencies, CCIDA or the AIDA. Last is considering the funding, initially and ongoing. the contracts involved for services provided to outside agencies, as well as the costs related to those services. So just to recap, we were asked to provide you a picture of what economic and development would look like added to our current structure. We provided you the two options that included the staff needed for each option, as well as the estimated costs related to those options. So option one, again, is expanding upon the existing planning department at an annual cost estimated of about $540,000. The second option is to create a new county department of economic development at an annual cost estimated to be a little over $600,000. We also highlighted for you a few areas just to take into consideration when making your decision on being the plan for a smooth transition into a permanent change. This concludes our information, and we're available for questions. And Steve and Lynn are also present.
Andy, before you start, I really want to thank the four of you again. This is a great presentation. There was a lot of work done to it and a lot of hours put into it. So thank you. Andy, go ahead.
Just curious, Shereen, so the estimated cost, that's obviously year one. Did you guys do any kind of projection past that or no?
We just did the annual.
Okay, but annual?
Year one.
Year one.
Yes, yes.
Elaine.
I have a question. So when you listed the startup costs, how is that not the same that the IDA would need for startup costs?
Well, I guess I'm going to allow Steve and Diane to come up and help, as well as Lynn to help with this. But with my understanding, we currently at the county provide services. So there are some services that we can help with in relationship to starting the economic development in the county. And then there's those services such as rent, that because we would need additional space that we would not be able to provide.
So that cost estimate to us, if we building on our current department, would be 504 annually. I'm just wondering, why isn't IDA needing more money to start up and run when they're not attached to an already existing complex organization?
I think that's a question for them.
That's what I mean. That's why
I understood what you were
head.
doing.
No,
I understand.
yes. So that's a confusing thing for me.
Steve, Diane, is there anything?
Yeah, don't
you
excuse my
wanna-
bad.
yeah.
Please come forward. I mean, our estimates obviously are based on a higher range for salaries. So we wanted to, look at what it could possibly cost as we negotiate with new people coming on. So we might have anticipated that being a little higher. We kind of looked at some other local counties, if they had similar positions, tried to get their scale, get an idea of what it may cost to have someone new coming in.
Did you take the fringe benefit piece, is that?
Yeah, that's
Is that higher
included
for
on
the
that.
county?
Yes,
Than it would
much
be-
higher.
Yeah, much higher for the county?
But I also think you'd find that IDA also need to take in a lot more money to hire some people to go work for them as well. So I don't think that it's just germane to the county. I think that CETA has been moving along. But I think we're all in a position where we see as the county, we need to increase salaries across the board. And I think they would also find that to be difficult to bring these people on and keep them at a lower salary.
We got to remember that they would be members, 4 or 5 of them would be members of CSEA.
Except for the direction.
They would be union members when they wouldn't be with CCIDA. Mark?
In all reality, what's the time frame of actually going out and hiring 5 to 6 people in this profession?
Might find a couple people in 2-3 months, and it may take 6 months or more. It's really hard to know because they are unique positions. So it's not hiring, the administrative assistant might be a little easier to find than an economic development specialist, for example.
Elaine?
The annualized cost for CCIDA is much more than $375. It's $450,000 to $500,000.
It's probably close.
Right.
I have a question. So just because you actually mentioned it, that looked at other counties, were there many other counties that actually had this built into their county structure?
It's hard to know if it's under the county. I was mainly looking for the job specifications and titles and then seeing what was listed, if they had anything within their different contracts and stuff that were available. So I did find a couple of positions at Tompkins. I did find a couple in Onondaga to get an idea of what I looked at.
You probably can add to that.
Can I add to that?
Absolutely, Steve, go ahead.
So many counties use different structures. Some counties will employ the IDA and set up the IDA as their economic development arm. Many counties create a local development corporation, which is exactly what CETA is. But some counties have more direct control over that local development corporation. Some counties have economic development staff that work for the county and then also work for the development corporation and sort of go through that route. So there's a development corporation, there's a county employee that is the head of that development corporation as an officer with a and then that economic development corporation is used to coordinate between the IDA, really performing the same function as CETA. But some places do like CETA, a complete separate organization that is just funded. Some do a local development corporation that is from the county, and some do the IDA, and some do a department. There's not a lot of counties that just pull it in and do it as a department.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right.
So would there be like crossover of work between planning? Because obviously planning is totally separate. CETA, ADA, all this together in one office is a little confusing for me because who will be managing it? Will it be, is that what the idea would be if it's gonna be? And also, is there any crossover work? Because some of this work's conflict, right? If you're a business owner and you're in Troop, you're looking for land, and the county owns land, we're trying to sell it. It's like, it's kind of like there's a lot of, you know, after hearing both presentations, you know, it's just, it's almost cheaper just to fund CETA. As long as we have the transparency, that's what we're arguing about, is transparency. We don't have it. So if we had the transparency, this would be an easier decision. We wouldn't be, it's almost like we have all these entities that are circling over the caucus of CETA. If we could just had CETA do the right thing by giving us information and not be so defined, we wouldn't be in this situation. So I think it comes down to like, if you put everybody in one department and they're all doing similar things, they're almost like they're in competition with each other in one building. Am I looking at that wrong? Like, I think it's just, it's well, I mean, like, if you could describe to me really quick.
I'm trying to understand what his question is.
My question is this, explain to me roughly, and I have an idea. We had to do an elevator pitch, what planning and ADA is. Like, explain to me the difference between the two. Like, what's planning, what's ADA, and then we already know what CETA does. So having it all in one department, I think it's confusing to me.
For a number of years, it was all in one department before.
Okay, maybe it was.
CETA. And it is a challenge to have it in one department if that one department is not resourced with staff. That's one of the reasons we created CETA.
Okay.
Was to provide that breadth of services. At the time that we did the milk plant, for example, there was just 2 people working on economic development in the planning department.
Because it was planning and economic development at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I was the executive director of the IDA, executive director of the development corporation. And because I have good staff, they kind of went on autopilot while we were doing the milk plant and took care of all the planning issues. What we were asked as a group of staff to do, we were asked to say, well, what would it look like if we expanded your planning department? And what would it look like if we did a department? So we've done our best to provide you with that. That doesn't necessarily mean that I'm advocating for that. I'm just.
No, I appreciate that. I think that.
Answering the question.
Yeah, it's sincere. Because I know you guys put a lot of work in this. It's all the data we needed. You had the staff to do it. So I appreciate it. I'm just saying, before we go into this actual question, section, I don't know if you guys are coming in. I just had that question for myself. That's all.
Anything else for Sharina or Diane or Steve?
Just one quick,
Lynn's still here? Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
just for clarification, because it's down now, because this has been said earlier tonight. You can't, it sounded like you just said we've had planning and economic development in the same. Can you or can't you? Because it's, I mean, we've heard both tonight where you shouldn't have them both in the same entity because I don't know if it's laws or what the deal is.
That is something that is talked about in economic development circles, and there is some validity to the point that sometimes the planning hat has to give a different answer than the economic development hat. And there can be conflicts of interest. Doesn't have to be that way, but there can be those conflicts of interest. When we were planning and economic development, we didn't really run into those conflict of interest too much, but it's really important to understand that when the County Department of Planning and Economic Development was running the CCIDA and doing the milk plant project and things like that, we weren't able to do a whole economic development program. We couldn't do marketing and coordination. We couldn't do business daily outreach. We didn't have the staff to do that. We basically manned the IDA, and when they had projects, we did the projects. And, you know, we didn't have the kind of capacity that has been developed with CETA. That's why we developed CETA.
So it's not a legal thing.
No, it is not.
Okay.
It is not. It's, some people look at planning and economic development and say that it's better if they're separate, et cetera. If you ask me, Andy, I would recommend a separate economic development if that's what you were going to do. But I think there are other structures that could be looked at in a transition that could also be viable.
Okay, anything else before we go into executive session? I want Serene to come into executive session. She's the operations officer. She can answer as many questions, hopefully, for the county. And we'll have to debate CCIDA and CETA. Any other questions for the county committee? Go ahead, Herb.
IDA meeting Thursday at 4 o'clock, because whatever you decide, you have to do.
This is a lot of nerve.
It's amazing.
Or rush us?
We have to deal with problems, we have to deal with hiring pilot work, and we have to establish ourselves separate from where we are now, and it's going to take months to do that. So if we could know what you come up with, that would help us decide what to do. If we have total open meeting, anybody that wants to come as well, tell us what to do, but we kind of need to know where you are, so we need to know what we're going to do for next.
All right, I can't guarantee anything. It's gonna be up to the body, but Elaine will call you, I'm sure.
Get on.
Thank you.
Got him on speed dial.
Thanks, Scott.
Need to make a motion?
Thanks.
For executive session.
Second, hold on, everybody. Please, hold on. I gotta give the reason. Gotta do this legally. The reason we're going into executive session, read the medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular person or corporation, or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation. Can I have a motion? Second. Any discussion? All in favor? All right, let's go in. Don't forget, we gotta come back out here and close it out.
Right here.